Here, August 13th, for another primary night. And we've already got action underway. 4 states tonight, starting just about 1 minute early. So, right on time. And it's going to be great to have everybody here for at least another few hours as we wait for people to fill in. So far, we've got a couple states underway. We've got Connecticut and Vermont. Those polls closed about 30 minutes ago, but there's not a whole ton of action in those states. So we're going to get it going now. Top of the hour, we've got Minnesota and Wisconsin coming up. So again, welcome. This is the third week in a row we've done one of these primary streams. And hopefully the audio, the video, it's all properly working. Hello? Seems like we're working. Swinger. Hope to see the regulars in the chat. A few new people, a few semi-regulars as well. So we're gonna just take it a little slow here until the top of the hour. And hope everybody's having a good evening. Another primary night. We're getting through them. There's not that many more to go. If you want to take a look at the schedule, here it is for today, the 13th. It's Connecticut, Minnesota, Vermont, Wisconsin. And the DNC is coming up next week. And then also, we've got 3 more. And then that pretty much gets us toward the end of primary season. Just a couple more here in early September. And then that's it. All right. People showing up. Nice to see everybody here for the most part. Bernie Sanders. It wouldn't be complete without Bernie on a stream. Seems to make all of them. But yeah, we'll get to the Omar race coming up. Got a poll in the chat. Who's going to win? Is it going to be Omar? Is it going to be her primary opponent, Don Samuels? It was close last time, 2 years ago. Omar won by about 2 points. So it's going to be a rematch. There's not a lot of polling, but whatever's there does show Omar with a lead. But I think that's from her own campaign. And the same thing happened 2 years ago. So that could be kind of an under-the-radar race, even though it is kind of high profile. Samuels could just have a late surge here and possibly win it. So far, looks like Ilhan Omar is at 56, Don Samuels at 44 in the community poll here. But we'll get to that in a little while. Rando, hello. Nice to see you here. We've got Connecticut. These are the results that are in. The polls closed half hour ago. There's not much here. We've got a U.S. Senate race. And as of right now, it actually is close here between Matthew Corey and Jerry Smith. Corey with the advantage. Whoever wins that is going to go on to face Chris Murphy in the general. And Chris Murphy is highly expected to win that election. We've got some U.S. House as well, but look at this. All these are uncontested except for one. And all 5 of these districts are held by the Democrats. Pretty much there's only one that the Republicans have a chance to flip. That's the 5th with Johanna Hayes. She won by less than 1% 2 years ago. Of course, the state legislator as well. That's important if you're from that state. And then Vermont. We've got some primaries here for governor. It's a super blue state, but Phil Scott, the incumbent liberal Republican, he is uncontested in his quest for a fifth term, and he's highly expected to win. And we've got Lieutenant Governor as well, David Zuckerman. He didn't run away with it. He's the incumbent. And then there's also a Senate race and a House race in Vermont as well, but it's going to be Bernie Sanders who is all but guaranteed to win that. So there's not much to really look at here. Certainly not on the primary side. Close upset a couple of years ago. Yeah, that could be a surprise. We're going to find out which candidate in the Connecticut Republican Senate primary is electorally stronger. This one I can't tell you that I've actually followed too closely, given that there's really not going to be much competition in the general election. So I could not really tell you who's going to be stronger. I'll leave that one to the chat, the comments, the community. I just don't think either of them are going to do anything against Chris Murphy. Murphy last time won by 20 points. If I'm correct, something like that. So it's just not really on the radar. When it's not on the radar, I tend to use my limited time on more notable or more competitive races. But I get it. It's completely relevant, especially if you're from that state. Agent K. Good to see you in here. Things are okay. They could always be a lot better. There's always things happening behind the scenes, a lot of challenges, but try to keep the channel moving smoothly and keep everything going, putting up at least one video every day. I'm trying to do the streams. Sometimes there's some close calls and a lot of craziness, but without going into much detail, we'll just say that it's relatively okay, at least for this current moment. I hate the New England election system with the little district things. I assume you're talking about on the map, the municipality type of detail, but I understand counties. Counties are preferable. All right. Range of political views here. Usually that's what happens. It's good to get some sort of a mix. Doesn't have to be perfectly even. That would be unrealistic, but hope Samuels wins, but it will be Omar by a few points. Fair enough. Me, hello, welcome. Thanks for showing up. That always good to have any kind of a member in the chat. Not that there's a whole lot of them, but feel free to join and become a member if you are looking to support the channel in a small way. But always great to see people showing up. If Matthew Corey wins, he seems to be the weakest for the Republicans. He has less money. Okay. Bernie's on top of that race. But regardless, I think in all situations, Chris Murphy should win that by more than 10 points. So when it's a best case scenario for the Republicans and they're going to lose the Senate race by more than 10, then I tend to not pay as much attention to it. Similar in Massachusetts in that Republican primary, I'm not really following what's going on that side, because Warren is going to win that one. I always leave a little bit of an opening for something crazy to happen, but I'm saying 99% chance. The Trump interview, yeah, people take a look at that with Musk. I heard a little bit of it, not a lot. Seems like it got a mixed reaction again. That's what happens in politics these days. Democrats think it was a total wipeout. Republicans think it was great. Apparently, Trump might have had a lisp. I don't know what to really make of it. It's nice to see interviews happening. I think people are waiting for Harris to kind of get off the script, get off the prompter, do some kind of sit down interviews, be a little bit more off the cuff. I assume that'll happen at some point. Yeah, the main counties over the townships, municipalities. Yeah, I agree with that. Why do I think Hovde's weak? Every other political YouTuber, both left and right, considers to be one of the best Senate recruits. Really? Well, I'm not following what everybody else has to say about Hovde, and I'm that would be surprising if everybody thinks Hovde is that strong. Well, Hovde already ran in 12. He got in second place in that Republican primary. He lost to Tommy Thompson, who went on to lose to Tammy Baldwin. So it doesn't mean that's not all of it, but he has ran before 12 years ago, and he didn't. I think he got in the 30s, something like that. There was a lot of candidates in that primary, and Hovde, I just don't think personality wise does it for me. I don't think the Republicans got a top tier candidate they were looking for in that Senate race. I think they were looking for Mike Gallagher, maybe Tom Tiffany, but it seems like everybody just kept dropping out. David Clark was in the conversation at one point. It seems like nothing really was lining up for them in that race. It seemed like kind of an uphill climb because Baldwin, now she's won 2 terms, going for number three. So then it just kind of seems like they're scraping. They're going back to a guy from 12 years ago, Hovde, and he's got questions about his residency and how much is he really actually from Wisconsin. That's all going to be, it's going to be some criticism he has to deal with. And he just, the look, I don't know, maybe the mustache type of thing, maybe that's not cutting it for me either. He's not like the worst candidate. He's got some of the business stuff that's probably going to be an asset. And of course, he's going to win this primary at this point. But 6 months ago, certainly a year ago, I would have thought they can't go to Hovde. The Hovde already tried. They've got more of a bench than going back to Hovde. So maybe I've got it wrong. And of course, the polling is not showing Hovde is really doing any damage. Not that the polling is everything, it's definitely not. But I think he tends to be on the weaker side. I just, and plus you got to compare it to Baldwin as well. Baldwin, she's not some kind of a superstar candidate, but she's the incumbent. She's not really, I guess she's not really flashy. And Hovde, he's gonna have to shake things up if he's gonna make it competitive. I think it would be unlikely he wins, but I of course have to say it's possible he could win if things line up, if a red wave emerges. But hey, yeah, I mean, maybe I'm underestimating him. Polls close at the top of the hour in Minnesota and Wisconsin, so about 15 minutes. Well, yeah, here says they close in 15. Demo Lily. I'm not sure if you've been in the live stream before, but nice to see some people making it to their first or second or maybe their 10th stream. You saw Emerson Poet Tester. You don't know what he did, but he did something to hurt himself in the Senate race. As of now, for she, he could come up, but so far it's not so hot for Tester. Yeah, that race, I moved it to she, he, I think 2 months ago now. I was always trying to wait and see what's going to happen. Is it going to be what Rosendale or Sheehy? Eventually, Rosendale declined to run. Sheehy was the front runner, and I wanted to see what he was going to do because Tester has the super high name ID. So it's hard to go against the incumbents when they've won several races before and we don't know the national environment. So now that we're getting a little bit closer to the election, Sheehy does not seem to have disappointed as far as what Republicans are trying to do, and I think he's probably favored. But again, you can't count Tester out. There's a new poll, American Pulse research for Montana. Sheehy, 5 points. Well, it all depends. Yeah, how much is Sheehy going to run behind Trump? It's presumed Trump would win the state by, we can just say 15 points. It could be 18. Some people think it could get closer, but maybe it hits 20. That's not totally impossible. But is he gonna run with Donald Trump? No. Tester is gonna close that gap, but I don't think Tester is gonna be able to outrun by 15 points. But as I've said, I'm not counting out Tester, but I think he is in the driver's seat, at least for the time being. David Spadoni, hello. Will, hello as well. Thanks for everybody showing up on this Tuesday evening here for another August primary. I try to do the streams when I can to cover the primaries, and we're doing it again. So whether it's your first stream or your fifth or your ninth, whatever. And maybe you're only going to stick around for 10 minutes or you're going to do an hour and a half. That's fine. We should be here for a few hours till everything gets in. And again, the schedule tonight here is Connecticut, Minnesota, Vermont, and Wisconsin. And next week, there are 3 primaries in Alaska, Florida, and Wyoming. And then that tends to wind down primary season. There's a couple more here at the beginning of September. We've got some New England states. And then that's pretty much it. So 4 states tonight, 2 of them, Connecticut and Vermont, don't really have a whole lot to look at. Those are going to be blue states. So it's going to be Minnesota and Wisconsin, the 2 main events here tonight. What's up with Vermont Lieutenant Governor Republican primary? That guy that won, a Democrat who was endorsed by Phil Scott. This race, this is another one where the Republican primary here, I couldn't tell you a whole lot about it because I would expect Zuckerman to win, even though he had a challenge of his own. Zuckerman has to deal with a non-progressive candidate, if I'm correct, in that primary. But I can't imagine Zuckerman losing in the general. Even if Phil Scott has endorses somebody, it's just, I don't think that's going to have much sway. But if there's something more interesting to it, did Scott endorse John Rogers? And maybe there's a storyline there. But if it does get more competitive or if something develops, I should pay more attention to it. But as of now, I'm not really too focused on the lieutenant governor's race in Vermont. I don't think it would be impossible for a Republican to win that one. But it'd be tough to imagine Zuckerman, the incumbent, going down. Unless there's some kind of a scandal, there's always that kind of possibility. But yeah, I do wish I looked more into some of these Vermont and Connecticut races, even though they're not really going to be competitive. Florida, that's your primary next week. Yep. Should be some good stuff in that one. There's no way Tester outruns Harris by 16 plus. Yeah, that's kind of what I was saying. You think Sheehy wins 54 to 46. That's an 8 point spread there. That's a little steep, but it's not out of the question given how red this state is on a presidential level. People talk about wanting representation. Um, okay, you don't subscribe. Okay, this you want meritocracy, but I want that as a bearded man. Okay, more politicians with facial hair. Yeah, I mean, I think the your underlying point is something I agree with, and I've mentioned on this channel whenever it comes up that I do think it's the identity characteristics are much less important than the policies or the political parties. And I think generally people would agree with that. I don't think people would want somebody that has the identity that they're looking for, but the opposite political views or the ideology. I think they would rather take somebody of a non preferred identity and have the ideology with them. That's how I look at it. But I know identity politics, some people are really into it, some people are not into it. So I get it. And there's different degrees of it, of course. Some of it is overt, some of it is more subtle. Your fifth live stream. Sounds good. Is that 5 in a row? Maybe you missed a couple. But yeah, I think this is might be number 15 actually, as we're about 7 minutes away. And Wisconsin also has two questions here to amend the Constitution. The way it works here is generally the Republicans are looking for a yes, the Democrats are looking for a no on both of these. This is kind of to get around Governor Tony Evers. And since he's a Democrat, Republicans are looking to pass these two questions here. There's also a special election here in the 8th district. This is a special primary. This is to finish the remainder of Mike Gallagher, his term, the Republican there who resigned already. So there's going to be a primary to see who finishes the remainder of his term, which expires in January. And then, of course, we've got the regular primary for the next term. So it's a little confusing. We had that in Colorado as well. It does get a little tricky, but this is going to be a great race. 3 candidates here in this district that covers northeast Wisconsin. That's Green Bay. You can see that here on the map. And it looks like if you're looking for the Trump endorsement, he has endorsed Tony Weed here. He's kind of the outsider, I would say. Is that going to be enough to overcome two politicians, Roger Roth and Andre Jacques? We're going to find out. Okay. If Harris does win, she's going to have trouble passing bills because it could be 49-51. If Tester doesn't make it, they'll have to. Yeah, the balance of power is going to be, that could definitely pose some problems in either direction. You're wondering why you got the polls time wrong in Minnesota. You forgot it's in different time zone as me. All right. Yeah, time zones can be tricky sometimes. From what you've seen, Sheehy is pivoting to the Trump base and went from being very neoconservative to more of a Tom Cotton-like candidate. All right. Primal B, good to be here. How's it going? It's going okay. Again, a lot of challenges behind the scenes, but hope everybody's doing well. It's going to be another fun primary night here. Phil Scott endorsed Rogers. Okay, gotcha. I don't know how much a Phil Scott endorsement really matters. He's super popular and he's going to win in a landslide probably, but does he have any coattails? I don't really think so. I mean, the state legislature is just so overwhelmingly lacking in red that I don't think Phil Scott has much sway. But maybe it's more than I think. Sadly, I think Tester will lose. All right. There's still a lot of time left here. 2.5 to 3 months. Regardless of who has the lead, I've been saying that a long time, that there's a lot of time left. Things can change, and look how much things have changed the past 1 or 2 months. Easily could change again in the next couple. You're voting for your first primary in the state of Florida next week. You're excited. The Gross in the Senate primary has a little chance. See more Gross signs than Rick Scott signs. All right. It is a state sometimes. Oof. Well, it is not usually a high-profile state, at least politically. But I'm sure everybody in that state would tend to disagree with that. The election gets very interesting each week. Yeah, it's been a total tornado of events the past month and a half. And also, yeah, thanks for stopping by. Okay, waiting to see Omar, how Omar makes out. Okay, how many squad members are left? I'm not even sure what the the squad kind of has waned in its notoriety. Talib should be in there, and Jayapal should be in there. Presley, that'd be 3 that I can think of. Let's see. You think Ilhan wins but underperforms polling. You could see a 5-point primary where compared to 20 points or whatever's predicted. All right, Walz has a bit of rallying this week. Started today in LA and tomorrow Massachusetts, Colorado, New York. Okay, touring the blue states. All right. Gerrymandering is especially awful in Wisconsin. That one, the geography is not great for the Democrats there. In terms of the partisan reflection statewide, then yeah, that is, it's not great for the Dems there. The geography though it gets up for debate on how far to stretch some of these districts, when to split them and try to spill over onto a second district. But that could change in the future. It's always nice to see a positive voice comment. I've had some voice issues the past few weeks, but mostly I think it's worked out. But always nice to hear that it's soothing or calming. You're praying Omar loses. Okay, I'm sure a bunch of people are hoping for that as well. Let's get on. Let's take a glance here at Vermont. All these races are uncontested here, so not much to look at. So we're presumably seconds away from Minnesota and Wisconsin, 2 neighboring states with their primaries tonight. Okay, Bush is gone. It's time for Omar to go. One of the few unbiased political channels of YouTube. Sounds good. Uh, some people might disagree over the months or the last year or more. Occasionally, I get a comment that's totally an accusation of being on both sides, which is, I guess, unusual. I guess they kind of cancel each other out. But yeah, the bias is generally pretty low. Of course, on specific issues, there's going to be some I have an opinion on, and that might fall in one direction or the other. Paying close attention to what happens in the Minnesota Republican Senate. Yeah, that is a very narrow balance of power. In the Wisconsin or the Minnesota Senate, I believe that's the one seat majority. Maybe I'm getting my states crossed, but I think that's what it is. Last I checked, so that could be very interesting in November. Let's see, we've got nothing yet. We've got this Senate primary here, and Klobuchar has some token opposition here. Republicans do have a primary here, but it's basically down to probably Joe Frazier or Royce White, but I'm going to say it's probably going to be Frazier. But we'll see what happens. A lot of candidates in that one. How about this name? Loner Blue. It's always great to find an interesting name, and I'm going to say that one qualifies as interesting. Wish there was a picture or something. We'll see how many votes they get. You think people have made fun of Tony Weed's last name? Yeah, probably. And message retracted right as I read it. She goes down, half the squad will be gone. The squad's prominence was really only when in opposition to Donald Trump. When Biden was in office now, it just seems like it's the utility of the squad is not so much, especially when they're in the minority in the House. I think the squad was at its peak just in opposition to Trump. That's how I see it. Since Walz is popular, I wonder by what margins they've been increasing. I think Florida polls even showed a 6-point win for Republicans, 5 for Kennedy. That means a shift may happen. Well, I mean, the polls last time in Florida, there was a lot of underestimation, I would say, of Trump support, and then of course the red wave of 22, where DeSantis won by 19. So I'm not going to say Florida's off the map for the Democrats, but there could be something happening in that Senate race. It's possible. I've always said Rick Scott was weak. I had that in leans Republican for a long time. I finally bumped it up maybe a few months ago to likely. All right, let's see. Nothing yet. Okay. Walz has zero appeal in Florida. Okay. Do you wish all states show the write-in votes? You mean each individual write-in? That I'd be nice for an option, but if that's just going to be in there with the rest, that would be way too much. But seeing an option, I would say, yeah, that should probably be in there somewhere. Political chatter is from Connecticut. Okay. Counting should be much easier now since Arizona isn't involved. They really blew it a couple weeks ago. Jayapal, squad member. Yep, mentioned her. Squad is a collective wave because instead some members like AOC have moved in their own personal popularity. Yeah, there's also that part too. How much of progressive outsiders are they at this point? They came in trying to stir it up and shake up the Dems, but there's it seems like there's just been a lot of moving toward the establishment side in a lot of ways, not necessarily shaking it up as much as it seemed like they were going to a few elections ago. All right. 6 squad members down to 2. Best voice on YouTube electoral politics. Well, what can I say to that? I agree with you. Even when I don't sound my best, it still sounds like it's better than average. I've always wondered how much the voice matters in on any channel, but if the voice is so good, I would think the subscribers would be twice what I have, but it is what it is. You're 29, you live in Florida your whole life. Rick Scott was a C minus or worse governor, but he's been a B plus or maybe A minus senator, much better legislator than executive. All right. Good stuff for Florida, which will be, again, that's next week. You hope Omar wins. All right, a couple more people from Florida in here and Kentucky. Squad almost never voted with Trump. All right, let's get this district pulled up here. Here it is. Here's the big one. Okay. Keith Malone, thank you for covering these elections tonight. No problem. I can't do it without people showing up, so it's all a group effort. But thanks for the compliment. Well, the results could come in at any second. Now, I'm unsure exactly how they count the votes in all these states, if they count early votes and all that. I'm not sure. So we're kind of going to just sit here and see what happens. Eventually, it'll pop in like it usually does. We've got the uncontested races called. And if we glance at Connecticut again, this one is close in the House, in the 4th district. It doesn't matter, but if you're looking for a close race, this one is close on the Republican side. Okay. Kid from Wisconsin voted for, it's going to be a tough name to pronounce. I know it's right there against Eric Hovde, but you don't think Hovde has a chance in November? Okay, so somebody's backing me up potentially on Hovde being a kind of a weaker candidate. Squad is 0 for 2 from the UK. Right, I can't remember where everybody is from, but I do remember there was some UK in the past. We've had people in South America before, so always good to hear. Betting markets seem confident in Omar now. Okay, is that different from like an hour ago? Want to see how Harris affects all red in Texas. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to see. I do think Harris is still riding on some kind of a honeymoon period. I've said that. Here we go. We've got results right here. I've said Harris went from being pretty unpopular prior to Biden dropping out. So I'm not really buying the extreme lurch in popularity so suddenly. It just seems unsustainable, just from a rational standpoint. but we'll see what happens. All right, we've got a little bit in here. In Minnesota, we've got Royce White, who's in the lead. Joe Frazier's in third, but only 100 votes in. Okay. South Carolina in the House, hoping for an Ilhan ouster. All right, South Carolina. Good to see different states here. Bernie, same as well. The polls have been quiet. I don't like Rick Scott, but you're a Republican, so whatever. Yep. Tons of different kinds of voters out there. Okay, what have we got? Not much yet. Um, you just found the channel. So far, so good. Angela Kralichek. That's what I'm going with, but that could be wrong. But either way, nice to have you here. Like the big grin, the smile, all those teeth. 0 people. Okay. Okay. Rick Scott, Rhino. Huge range of opinions. That's what it's all about. Old congressman running, District 1. Oh, yeah. He has been out of office for a while, at least in the House. Let's pull that up. Peter Barca. Yeah, that's him. Does he have a chance of winning it? Well, I will say, I would say not totally unlikely, but he's going to be the underdog. Now, if a blue wave emerged, then I would say Brian Style is going to could be in danger. But as of now, I don't see a big blue wave. I don't see any kind of wave yet. It's still too early. But I'm also skeptical as to how how good of a move it is to dig up, as you kind of said, an old congressman and put him in there again. It's like, can't you get anybody in there that's a little bit more relevant? But he seems like the kind of guy would probably be appealing for Democrats, maybe independents in that district, given he's already served. Did the RNSC give up on Marino? Not that I'm aware of, but Marino, I've been waiting to see what he's going to do still. Haven't paid too close attention to Marino's campaign, but he should be making a serious run at that seat, given that it's Ohio and it's moderately red enough to where he can win it. Okay, Aquafan, you're headed out. Maybe you already left, but either way, I just got to your message. It's early, but hey, it's an early night then. We'll see you on the next one. Thanks for stopping by for about a half hour. Will I cover any part of the DNC? I well, with the RNC, I didn't cover that. I don't intend to cover the DNC. There might be a few community posts, but I don't think there'll be any kind of streams and not necessarily any videos. The conventions, yeah, outside of something extremely notable happening, it's just a lot of repetitive speeches, watching people talk up their own side. It gets a little old. I would do it if the channel was bigger, if there was a lot more people that wanted to see a stream. You know, if it was 2 or 3 times the size and I could sit on here and do a stream, but given that it's not going to be the kind of thing I usually cover, I did cover the Republicans. Probably not going to be much happening for the DNC. Okay, you don't care for Massachusetts? NBA champion, Boston Celtics. Okay, a lot of messages. Got to skip some of these, trying to look at the results and also read as many comments as I can. So we got a 100 vote dump here from this county and this county. Where am I getting the live results feed? New York Times. It's usually what I do. Okay. 84 people, 90 people. That's good. It's really hard to predict how many people are going to show up. 2 weeks ago, when it was just Arizona, we had a good amount of people. Last week, we had a bunch of states, and there was less people. So it's always hard to predict, but again, it's always great to have people showing up, whether it's for 10 minutes or a couple of hours. We're here to do the stream for August 13th, so welcome aboard. Again, it's Connecticut, Vermont, Minnesota, and Wisconsin tonight. Connecticut and Vermont don't really have that much action. There's a little bit, but more focus is going to be on these two states, Minnesota and neighboring Wisconsin. Okay. Got the last name right. Glad to hear that. It was a few minutes ago. You're going to keep an eye on Poly Market for Minnesota 5. You let me know if anything happens, all right? I'm going to have to close that poll down here before the results actually start pouring in. So we can see how many people got it right and wrong. Usually the poll I put out, actually a lot of people got it wrong. Last time I asked about the Missouri GOP governor's primary, people thought Jay Ashcroft was going to win it, but it wasn't him. It was Mike Kehoe. And then I've asked about who's going to win Arizona. If it's going to be Blake Masters or Abe Hamadeh. And people thought it was going to be Masters, but it wasn't. Okay. What website do you use to create your election projections in your videos and dice battles? That's the usual. Yet another political maps simulator. YAPMS. Sometimes I use the old version, and then of course I use the Google Dice, the spinner. Okay. You don't think either party will accept the results nicely if they lose? Yeah, I would agree that unless it's some kind of a clear-cut result, either side is going to have something they can say to doubt the results. What's the most competitive Senate seat after Montana and Ohio? I would say Michigan. But yeah, it's close with all the other states. I tried to pick out the one, but it is going to be Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona. Okay. All right. DNC will be a Beyonce concert, and there is more usual celebrity type of a vibe at the on the Democrat side. But Republicans did have Hulk Hogan and that kind of thing. If Hovde is the nominee. Trump is going to lose Wisconsin. Okay. Just found the channel. Sounds good. Welcome aboard. Got over 1,000 videos. If you're looking at some prior content, some of those are pretty good. Some of them are okay. First time watcher, join the stream. Sounds good. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. I know some people have come here and said they can't take how biased some other channels are. So that's good. There's not going to be any extreme bias. Mostly want to cover the results, but of course, sometimes some things come up. When does the U.S. House 5th District results start coming in? Well, any moment, really. We're waiting for them. But this is a very blue district. Dense population, and waiting to see if incumbent Omar is able to hold on over Don Samuels. Again, just 2 years ago, Omar won that primary by 2 points in a very tight race. It was unexpected. Don Samuels, he got close to taking out Omar, so he's going again. Okay, I mean, sometimes there's delays. I mean, there's plenty of counties, plenty that have yet to come in. Some states just take a while. We'll see what happens. Let's give it a little bit more time. It's called for Amy Klobuchar. No surprise. 97.5%, less than 1% in. With only 400 votes, Amy Klobuchar is going to be the nominee for the Democrats. And Joe Frazier now has the lead here over Royce White on the Republican side. Still, not even 1,000 votes in. We've got to give it a lot more time. Suspense is killing me. Yeah. Is Omar still married to her brother? That I have to defer to other people on. Pennsylvania. Oh, is that the close Senate race? I tend to think that would be not as close as the others, but that's just what I think. We're not allied with any politics, religion, or great controversies. Okay, not sure what that's about. Did I hear about Phil Lyman is added as a write-in candidate? I did not hear about that. But even so, I don't know how much that's going to matter. I mean, Lyman did make it kind of close in that primary. Not super close, but a little bit. So he tried to get in as a write-in. I haven't followed that one, but I would still expect Spencer Cox to win pretty easily. Okay, we've got the 3rd district here in Wisconsin. This is the Derek Van Orden district who flipped this. He's going again, and the Democrats are putting up a candidate here. It's going to be one of these two. This is a very mildly red district. And Tammy Baldwin, uncontested. Eric Hovde, it's called for him. I think that popped up a little while ago. So it's going to be Hovde. I would never have thought it was going to be Hovde a year ago or even 6 months ago. But it's Hovde. He ran 12 years ago. He was the runner-up to Tommy Thompson in the Senate primary. And now he's back at it again 12 years later. I don't think he had the mustache back then, but he's got the mustache. Maybe that changes things. Maybe he easily loses. He's going to be the underdog either way. All right, I think we could probably end this poll. So Don Samuels, 62, Omar, 37 with 148 votes. We'll see what happens. Some people might vote for who they want to win as opposed to who will win. That's always a tricky thing when it comes to polls, but there's your results. As I expect the actual results to start coming in soon. Okay. Oh, did we hit 100? Yeah, 118. That's great. That's should be a new high point, new record, personal best. If you're looking for a PB, that's going to be it. So, congrats to the channel. Maybe we'll get new members, new super chats. It's always nice to get any extra support to keep this channel rolling along. You know, but eventually someday we want to look back and think that it's only 110 or 118. But that's just aspirational. All right, let's see. Try to get back to these comments. Nevada seems close. Yep. 100 viewers. Oakland never had a presidential library. Okay, that I'm not familiar with that count. First time here. Maddie, well, welcome aboard. Thanks a lot. Hope everybody likes, shares, and subscribes. That's all basic stuff everybody says, but if you enjoy it, try to support the channel in a small way just by liking or subscribing. So hopefully you enjoy the stuff. Maybe you've seen the channel in the past, you checked out a video, you never really decided to go all in on it, but now you're back at it and you're having a good time. Sounds good. Omar is screwed. Okay. Oh, I forgot. You're liking how unbiased the information is here. Not Democrat or Republican. Yeah, that's generally what we try to do. Keep it close to the middle because it's just covering election results. There's no point in saying Omar is going to lose and I hope she loses or I hope she wins and she's going to win. That would be, it just wouldn't make a lot of sense to me. But sometimes issues come up, as I always say. Some things there are opinions expressed on. I can't be a complete robot on every single issue, but I do try to present different sides as often as I can. And now Hovde is under 90% of the vote. Let's see. Not enough in here to really draw any conclusions from his strength, but we do want to see kind of what he does in the driftless area. That would be this western and southwestern part of the state. Theoretically, there could be some vote there that Republicans might be able to get more out of. Because a lot of this western part of the state, it wasn't all that red prior to the Donald Trump years. And then in the Southwest, there's still a number of blue enough counties with less population in them. And then here in Waukesha, with almost half the vote in, Hovde's at 91. Okay. Trump promised no tax on tips so he could win Nevada, but Kamala says the same thing. Yeah, I pointed that out on the community tab yesterday. She seems to endorse the same policy. It does, both sides seem like that's just kind of pandering in my opinion, but this channel is unbiased and election predictions official. All right. Sounds good. Bathroom break sounds good as well. Is there a ballot initiative up for a vote in Wisconsin? If we got any results, here we go. These should be to amend the Constitution. And we've got Milwaukee reporting. That's going to be heavily no. Republicans are looking for yeses on these two. To boil it down to the simplest terms, Republicans looking for yes, Democrats looking for a no on these two ballot measures, if you want to call them that. Um, so yeah, I'm not sure if you want more detail on these ballot measures, but basically it's to get around Governor Tony Evers, who's a Democrat. The state legislator would want to have more control over some things. This first one is mostly about, from what I can understand, it's mostly about allocating money, and it would require legislative approval to delegate that out instead of having the governor have unilateral decision making. So these are two kind of budgetary amendments. They're similar. I'm not sure how well voters know what's going on. From what I saw, it looks like the spending for no vastly was higher than the yes. I don't know if that's going to be a factor, but that's something to consider. And also, maybe you're from the state. Maybe you know more about it. Maybe you're on the ground floor. That tends to happen sometimes. We get people from these states in here and they can talk much more about it. I think I'm really behind on these comments. I'm going to have to skip a bunch of these. Let's see, do we have anything in the fifth? No, nothing yet. All right. Someone added Lyman, but you think wiki page has him as a write-in? Okay, excited your first voted your first presidential election. Sounds good. Do what you need to do. Vote however you see fit. Okay, Florida 6-7, Texas 7-8. Gotcha. Minnesota's fifth. The Republican candidate is someone named Dahlia El Akidi. Okay. Why do Senate polls seems lopsided to the left? Well, there's two possibilities. Either they're correct or they're not correct. That's to make it real simple. I think part of that is I think Democrats are actually just favored a little bit, but also I think it's a little early. There's a lot more Democrats that are incumbents in the Senate, so their name ID is higher. Republicans are going to need some time to get through the primary, get their campaigns going, acquire funding, endorsements, etc. So I think it's kind of a mix. We'll see where things are at after Labor Day, and especially now at this point, we got to wait until October. Uh, Waiting on land commission results in Washington from last Tuesday. Yeah, that was close. I thought last I saw, one of the Democrats did get in second place there against Jamie Herrera Butler, but I could be wrong. That's what I saw. Thanks for doing this. My pleasure. Thanks for doing it live. Okay. Do you think RFK's disqualification in New York will affect the down ballot races? If so, how? I don't think so. The down ballot races, I guess it's an interesting thing to consider, but RFK's really hit a lot of walls here the last probably couple months. I know a lot of that is because he's trying to be kept off the ballot, mostly by the Democrats, a lot of lawsuits. But down ballot, I don't know. It's hard to say that that's going to have much of an impact on, let's say, some U.S. House races there. You like the? I'm unbiased. Hope it's okay. You're a right wing wacko. Hey, I think there's a huge range. We get some people totally on the far right, totally on the far left. It's not totally lopsided. It's not all in one of those directions. There's enough people in the middle that lean one way or the other that have a whole range of views. I've got a whole wide range myself, but it's fine. It really all comes down to how you present yourself in the chat. You can have any views you want, but it comes down to what you're gonna do while you're on here. No longer Omar 95 Samuels. Okay, it's Samuel 6. Gotcha. Bring back 24 states explained. Well, I appreciate you taking an interest in that series. I haven't totally gone away from that. I've been doing the trend videos. Those are very similar, but however, I am going back to do the swing states. And that's kind of like explaining the states for 2024. I'm going to go back and take a look at the swing states. It's been about 6 months, so we're going to do that as the election gets closer. So be on the lookout for those. Those usually come out on Sundays. And 148 people. So again, welcome aboard to everybody for this August 13th primary. It's 4 states today. Here's the schedule real quick. It's Connecticut, Minnesota, Vermont, and Wisconsin. Next week, we've got Alaska, Florida, and Wyoming. I can't guarantee there's going to be a stream for that day, but the stream for today is these 4 states, Connecticut and Vermont. Their polls closed earlier. There's not a whole lot going on there, but the results are here. It is close between the two GOP candidates for U.S. Senate in Connecticut and Vermont. Here's these results here. 86% of the vote in. That's not too bad. And then we're waiting here now on Minnesota and Wisconsin. Several races we're taking a look at. Okay, we've got these two ballot measures or amendments. A lot of vote in here in Milwaukee. Again, the no vote was vastly, the funding for it was much higher for no than yes. So no was outspent by a lot. At least that's what I saw on Ballotpedia. It looked like there was almost nothing spent on yes. So when it's totally lopsided like that, that could be a factor. All right, let's see. What you like is people in the comments on this channel are generally not super partisan compared to other channels. So you try to be objective. Yeah, that's usually what I like. A different kind of a range. It could be a little bit more one direction than the other, but nothing super biased. Okay, zooming in a bit so we can see toward the screen. Well, I've already zoomed in a little, but that's the first time I've ever heard somebody say to zoom in on any of the streams. But there I bumped it up very slightly, 130% as opposed to 120. So we'll see if that does anything. Again, yeah, thanks for doing the stream. I appreciate it. Omar Fishbach, need to lose, like Red Eagle Politics, but some of his calls are so unrealistic. Well, I guess that's probably what you're going to get if you're totally on one side. You're going to have some calls that are just, that you're going to be off on. You're going to try to project confidence in for your side in basically every situation. Still nothing here in Minnesota's 5th. Okay. Polls in Wisconsin are bad at capturing the driftless area, which is why Republicans tend to overperform. They could adjust this time, though. I always tell people, even though they've done that in the past, maybe this time they get it right, but that's fair. How's Royce White doing? Let's see. Now he's regained the lead. Look at that. By only 4 votes. Royce White has eclipsed Joe Frazier for the lead here, but there's only 2% of the vote in. This is really nothing significant. But we'll be looking at this one as the night goes on. Ballot measure will be interesting since they can tell us environment at this moment. See, I don't draw too many conclusions from ballot measures. I don't break them down specifically as because Republicans want yes, that it's just a perfect one-to-one reflection of the statewide electorate. I think the specifics of the ballot measures, they do matter because there was the ones in the spring. There was some ballot measures that passed in Wisconsin, and I think it was fairly comfortably, but I don't think that has a whole lot of bearing on the specific on any candidates or for this the vote overall in the state. And of course, I also mentioned the funding for those ballot measures seemed to be totally lopsided, if that information is correct. Okay, let's see. Bernie Sanders, you're heading out to work, your new job at a hospital. Well, I know I see you pretty much in every stream. If you're still here, thanks for making it to this one. I hope your new job at the hospital, hope that all works out. Sounds important, sounds fun, maybe. But the next stream, I cannot guarantee I would. I know I'm not going to be able to be streaming the end of the month, and probably I might miss the ones in September. But we're doing this one. Next week is probably 50-50. I'm not going to know, maybe until the last minute, actually, because I've got some stuff coming up, but we'll see if it happens. This one was pretty much only a few hours' notice on this one. What state am I voting in? Well, that I usually just be non-specific about. If you've seen the previous streams, I leave it at the Midwest region. That's kind of what happens. Got to keep some kind of a mystery out there. Will RFK's disqualification affect down ballot? Okay, I think I answered that. I'm not seeing it affect anything down ballot, but hey, maybe I'm wrong. Frazier's ahead. Okay, that flipped. We want yes on both in Wisconsin. All right. Let's see. It's good stuff. A lot of comments this time. Really tough to keep up. So, okay, the Trump and Musk interview. Yep, I saw some of that. Again, that had like opposite reactions. Democrats thought it was a train wreck. Republicans thought it was great, or at least something in that direction. Don't want to oversimplify it too much. The poll that matters, election day. Oh yeah, that is a cliche. Why are you not showing Republican results in Minnesota? Which ones do you want? Well, actually, I'm on it right now. Um, I think most of that is going to be because I'm trying to look at these comments and read everything. Let's see. We got anything else here in Wisconsin? Nothing here in the 8th. But I could read less comments and focus more on the election results. But I try to cover most of the meaningful comments here. Let's see. Okay, you're the far right viewer. Okay. New York, home state. Okay. Uh, Shouting me out. Well, did I? Nice to see you here, though. Lisk, Lisk. You support MAGA communism. Okay. You can any views you want as long as you're a member of the Kennedy family. Okay. Minnesota 5, Hubdy, and Klobuchar called. New viewers, you're going to want to subscribe. Yep, again, if you're a fan, if you're not a fan, maybe you show up here and you say, you know, this isn't really cutting it for me. You want somebody with a worse voice or a different voice, or you want somebody extremely biased. Well, then I suppose you're going to not subscribe or like the channel. But if you do like it, consider liking, sharing, subscribing, become a member, super chat, super thanks, whatever you'd like to do. There's over 1,000 videos in the catalog here. Yeah, we're all waiting on the 5th, and it's kind of just sitting here. Um, Minnesota here, okay. All right, you're clocking out. Sounds good. Thanks for showing up. Voter turnout, no word on that, but if it's like any of these other ones, the turnout should be very low. It's kind of generic, but it seems like it's just been super low, like under 30% stuff. How can Tammy Baldwin go uncontested? Well, once you're the party in power, especially in a close state or even not in a close state, a lot of times people don't want to rock the boat. But yeah, not even any token opposition for Baldwin. Let's see, here we go. Here's some more pouring in for these ballot measures. And we've got Dane County with about half the vote, and that's no at 80. Milwaukee is at 70. And these margins are very similar right now. Okay. Great feed. Well, glad it's working out, the audio and the video. All right, too conservative, but you like your style. Well, I'm sure we would agree on some issues. I'm sure of that. Got a big range. Sometimes they get mentioned on the channel. I've got a nice video out there that is an audio only on why both parties suck. Feel free to look that video up if you want a little bit more about some views. It's always hard to simplify somebody's views. Willing to share my views on Israel Gaza. That that's an issue that's not high on my priority list personally. I've mentioned it a few times, usually from the perspective of the Democrats and the Republicans and the progressives. Personal views, though, that's not on the top of my list, so I generally am not overly interested in going way into it. It's highly politicized. It's not one of my top issues. So that's the best I can do right there. They called it for no on both beds. Really, right after no, they didn't call it here. The turnout in the Washington primary makes you think the national environment is favoring the Dems better than 2020. Yeah, you could say whatever conclusions you could draw from the primary numbers. Generally, what I say, though, is the primary numbers for me don't have a lot of bearing on what's going to happen in the general. I encourage people to take a look at it, but I don't put a lot of weight on it myself. There's just been too many times over the years where the primary is totally different dynamics, different numbers than the general election. Royce White now opening up with a little bit of a lead now here. Joe Frazier dropping down into the low 30s. Do you like maps and geography in general? Maps, yeah, I like maps. Not international, though. There's a pretty big drop off once it's outside of the US. I think there's so much here that international stuff drops way off. So that's not at all going to be a heavy interest or any kind of an expertise. Um, Called on 270 to win. Okay. Well, if they're calling it, they must have the margins all figured out. There is a lot here in Dane and Milwaukee that might be enough to override the other counties. If Dane is at 81, that is pretty substantial. Okay. Cross-party voting, that is another thing to consider in some states. Um, the top issues, well, again, I would probably refer you to that video I have on why both parties suck. There's a few issues mentioned in there, just to maybe give you a taste of some stuff. I think that might be an easier way to answer that question. But of course, my views are, I don't know, there's a lot that might not line up with what you'd be expecting, but and some issues I just don't really have a big opinion on. I think that's probably true for a lot of people. All right, let's get back into it. Anything here? Nothing in the fifth. Okay, and the Connecticut GOP Senate primary. It's called here for Matthew Corey. So he's going to go on to face Chris Murphy in the general election. And Chris Murphy is very likely to win that one. And Vermont, again, not a whole ton to look at, but it's on here. It's going to be Esther Charleston facing Phil Scott for governor. I wonder what kind of margin Phil Scott is going to win by. Okay. Do we trust these primaries? That's for you guys to decide. I really only trust what's happening when the general election results come in, even the lead up. I know a lot of people tend to look at what percentage of ballots were returned from which party leading up to the election in the weeks leading up. That to me doesn't even really mean much. I like to just see the hard final results, the objective data. And hopefully it comes in quickly. I don't want to be sitting here for days or maybe even more than that. Are special elections a good indicator of national environment if you consider overperformance of Dems in the past 2 years? Well, special elections are, I guess, a little bit different than a primary, but I still tend to think that even though the Dems have generally overperformed, there's some that they have not, but I wouldn't rely on that because things only stay the same until they don't. That's the thing. And generally in the special elections, the turnout is very low. And the turnout in the general is going to be super high. It's going to be so high that I would not feel too confident about any special elections in any direction as well. And the primary numbers. I'm not saying it doesn't mean anything at all. I'm just saying I don't put a lot of weight on it. Okay. Also, other received wisdom. You keep hearing about presidential politics, that running mate don't matter much. Yeah, the running mates, I mean, I think in the end, they won't have a big impact. I think now, Vance and Walls, they were just picked, so they're getting more attention. But I think it'll shift back toward the top of the ticket, especially after Labor Day. I think as the election gets closer, people will realize that they're not really voting for the running mate. Now, it could help on the margins, but I know right now that they're much more in the spotlight just because they were picked. People don't know who they are yet. Still nothing here in this fifth. I mean, we can refresh, see if that does anything. Nope. Okay. Here's Wisconsin's eighth. Now we've got some action here in this Northeast district. Again, Trump has endorsed Tony Weed, who is not in elected office. Roger Roth and Andre Jacques, those are the two actual politicians. Now, these results should be very similar. One of these is a special election. That's to finish the remainder of the term of Mike Gallagher, who resigned. That term ends in January. And then there's the primary for the general election. And that's for the next term that begins in January. It's a little confusing. We saw that similar to Colorado a couple months ago. What would I consider the most accurate pollster? You know, there's a couple I actually can't even recall off the top of my head that are supposedly at the top of the accuracy list. I'd have to pull up the full comprehensive list. But aside from that, usually, I try to stick to the aggregates, but Emerson, it tends to be a little bit more reputable. I know they've got some misses like everybody does, but I would say that's not a terrible pollster. But also, Seltzer, who usually teams up with the Des Moines Register poll in Iowa, those are usually some pretty good polls. These have still not been called here. All right, let's see. Um, let's see. Just checked this channel to see if Omar will win. Well, hey, if you're still here, welcome aboard. We're waiting. We're waiting on those results. Uh, keep it civil in the chat. Yeah, keep it classy. That's usually how I put it. But yeah, let's keep it as classy as we can, as civil as we can. We're all just trying to get the results of Minnesota's fifth. Let's see. Trafalgar is the least worst pollster that I know of. Trafalgar had some nice hits in the past. I know that they sank in the midterms. There was too much overestimation of the Republicans. And I think they got removed from 538's aggregate or something. But yeah, Trafalgar, I think they have to kind of rebuild their reputation. They're seen as way too Republican. But we'll see what happens. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. Is it getting too spicy in this chat? Hopefully, it's staying not too spicy. Let's see. Hovde is slowly sinking here a little bit, but he's still in the high 80s. Let's see. Man, trying to keep up with enough comments and the results, so going back and forth, apologies. Yeah, Des Moines Register. That is, that's what I was mentioning. Seltzer, yeah, they have some good polls, but again, pollsters are only right until they're not. We all remember in 16, it looked like Hillary was going to cruise, and she didn't. Uh, I don't know, I could appoint some mods here to keep it under control if it's not in control. It's usually not this packed, but if it's a little out of hand, we could add somebody as a moderator to take care of that. Because we don't want the quality of the chat or the stream to decline if it's too intense. Let's see, what have we got here? We've got nothing in Hennepin and nothing in Ramsey in this Senate race for the GOP. Got to see what happens with those counties. Okay. Uh, do I have a I'm not sure if that Discord comment is for me, that question, but not for the channel. I've thought about putting one up, but hasn't happened yet. But keep it classy, San Diego. I know whenever you say classy, a lot of people just go right to that movie. Okay, Minnesota 5th. Yeah, let's go back to that. Nothing. Okay, some discussion about communism. Um, Liz, can you become a mod? I don't know. Let's see. I have to think who are the enough of the regulars that are trustworthy. Sounds like we've got the Primal B and Lisk in the conversation. It could be more than one. That's a possibility. But yeah, that could be something to look into. When we start getting a ton of people in here, got to have somebody take care of the chat so I can call some of these results. Focus on. Well, there's no super chats in here, so there's nothing to focus on there. But that'd be nice to focus on those. But who's the least biased regular person in the chat? That's the question. Other than PA, would you consider Georgia a major tipping point in the election? Yeah, it's in the conversation. It's Yeah, that's close enough. Me is actually a member of the channel. That's one of the few members to the channel. Um, and there, super chat from me. There it is, the first one. I think this happened last week, so that's great. We've got at least one keeping that streak alive. Maybe that'll get the ball rolling. Um, Um, trying to keep up. There's some gaps here in the commentary as I try to read this, filter this out. Well, who do people trust in the chat? Do they trust me? Do they trust me, the name me? Do they trust Primal B, Lisk? We'll have to figure that out. But either way, let's get back into the action real quick. Let's see. We've still got nothing in Minnesota's 5th. And let's look at these Wisconsin amendments here. They've not been called on here. But also, yeah, again, I do appreciate that super chat. If I didn't mention that already. But looks like no is in the lead here with over half the vote in. We've got more than a 15-point advantage for no. But again, the money was vastly outspent in favor of no from what I saw on these two amendments. And then the 8th district, we've still got some results in here. And Tony Weed is in 2nd place now. He's trying to chase down Roger Roth, and Weed does have the Trump endorsement. So all candidates leading in different parts of this district so far, in different counties. In this 3rd district, the Democrats here, it looks like they've got Rebecca Cook in the lead here over Katrina Shanklin. And still nothing in the 5th district here in Minnesota. Yeah, there was a super chat last time. That's true. There were several in the Arizona stream. Let's see. But yeah, it's always appreciated. Even though YouTube takes a cut, you know, these companies got to take their cuts. You know, getting just an extra buck or two. It's not a lot, but it's something. Spend your money on this dude. The next time we'll have a 2008 Indiana situation where normally non-competitive state flips for just a single election. Yeah, that's hard to say. That was interesting, though, in Indiana. Based on spending, what are the swing states this election? That I'm not up to date on the spending. But, okay, they will. £1. I remember, that's true. Last time you came in with the pounds. So, again, another single dollar bill. Good stuff. Every tiny amount helps, especially when the channel is not massive and it's trying to get a little bit bigger every time. Let's see. Royce White is leading. Wow, I'm really behind on these comments. Well, is there any kind of a consensus on who's the least childish / most classy, most trustworthy? Here we go. Here's the 5th. Look at this. It's in. Omar is at 50.8 with 5% in. Don Samuels right behind it, 3% less. Interviews, vote for Mod. Yeah, that would be better, but how does that going to happen? I'd have to try to remember what everybody's comment history is like and their chat record. Let's see. Okay. Hopefully there's not going to be any bad smells in the chat. Did the AZ stream? Night as well. Okay, you're taking off, Will? Oh no, it's Might. Sorry. Gotcha. Lots of comments, which is good. It just leaves me to be able to call this less the election results. Less, some people might be here for the election results. They don't care about the chat. Yeah, we had more super chats than the Minnesota Fifth. That's true. Yeah, everyone's gonna have at least some small bias depending on how much they say about something. Okay. All right. What are some of the results from previous years? Not sure what we're talking about. Yep, we do have 8 or 5% in here. There could be more than one moderator. There could be two, and people could be booted. But it's nice that there's enough people in here that actually we might need some moderators. It's good and bad. I think that's inevitable though. Once you get enough people in any type of a situation, that it's just going to get out of hand. It's usually only a small number of people that ruin it, but she got it by 2% last time over Don Samuels 2 years ago. Uh, okay. Hugely successful stream, it looks like. Yeah, I don't know why that is. Again, we've done a bunch, and there's really no way to predict how many people are going to show up. Maybe it caught the algorithm. Okay, so now maybe the chat has restored some sanity. Maybe the need for a mod is starting to decline. But that is something to keep a lookout for in the future. As we've got Royce White here in the lead with about a fifth of the vote in now. Still waiting on the Twin Cities to show something. They've got nothing here. And let's go back to the 8th in Wisconsin. Very close here. In this special election, Tony Weed is down by 2.5. So we'll see if that Trump endorsement actually has enough power to put him over the top. Um, okay, so it's maybe favorable for Omar. That's what we're hearing. Okay. Thoughts on Let's Talk elections? Uh, hey, we're all doing the same thing. We're all trying to get as much views, get as many views and subscribers as we can. And that's the main thing. We're all doing the same thing, trying to cover elections and have an interest in politics. So that part, that's relatable. It's admirable. We're all independent media trying to go up against, the titans at the top, if you want to put it like that. Now, aside from that, I haven't watched a whole ton of him, but the general reputation is that he is in favor of the Democrats, so he's the main guy who's in favor of them. Red Eagle is the main guy who's in favor of the Republicans. Those two kind of cancel each other out. But other than that, I mean, don't have a whole lot to say. Not really checking out a whole lot of videos from these other people. Okay. You typed live primary coverage, and this was about it. Even the news channels weren't covering it. Well, hey, good stuff. I do find it interesting how people wind up here. So we got a 5% dump here in Minnesota's 5th, but nothing else yet. LTE has a really annoying way of speaking. Okay. He sounds more Reddit than Vouch. Um, okay, calling it for Omar already. What are your thoughts on the keys to the White House? I have people ask me that once in a while. I may do a video on that eventually once Lickman makes his final prediction. But in short, I think there's too many that are just too subjective. And I think he's definitely going to defend his own system. So I expect him to stick to it. But I think too many are too subjective. He got 2000 wrong. And then he tried to go and say he was just going to predict the winner from that point. But 2000 was technically incorrect. But I think that there's no way to have a perfect system when the elections can be very close. Sooner or later, your system is going to fail. Because any system is only really useful when it's going to be highly contested. And over the past 30 or 40 years, there's only been a few highly contested elections. And there's just too many things that can go wrong that there's no shame in getting it wrong when it's extremely close. I don't think any system can be foolproof. Now, he applies it retroactively. I mean, I'm sure he's going to defend his own brand. But he also had Biden winning this thing, and Biden looked like he was very likely to lose before Harris stepped in. So his keys were pointing to Biden, and it seemed like almost nobody thought Biden was going to win. So in that situation, he was even defending it. So I think, he's going to defend it, of course, but it's only as good as its first loss. And you might say he already took a loss in 2000. And even in 16, his prediction was Trump, but he was kind of hedging a little bit. He was saying that maybe Trump is so unique of a candidate that maybe that things are different that time. Something like that. Now, what he should have said is he doesn't care how unique of a candidate Trump is. His keys are absolutely guaranteed to predict the winner. But he hedged a little bit. So he had some doubts on his own system with Trump in it in 16. All right. Let's go back here. In the 8th, it's still Roth with a lead here over Tony Weed. And we're going to sit here on the 5th. We'll see if we got anything in the Senate. Not really. Royce White still with about a 7.5 point advantage over Joe Frazier. Rebecca Cook leading here in the 3rd for the Dems. Okay. You're here for the Wisconsin results. Welcome. Welcome aboard. Good to have you here. We've got some in Wisconsin. We've got Eric Hovde. It's called for him. Tammy Baldwin, of course. And the rest, we can look at the 2nd district, but this really is too blue for the Republicans to be competitive in the general. So I'm not really paying attention to this district. And other than that, here in the 7th, this is a red district, so not much to look at here in the general election. But for the primary, it hasn't been called yet. And other than that, we've got a couple of ballot measures here as well. Again, Republicans looking for the yes, just to make it very simple. Democrats looking for no. From what I can tell, no was vastly yes was vastly outspent by no. It looks like no pretty much has it at this point. These were to take away a little bit of power from Governor Tony Evers, mostly about budgetary issues. Okay. Jim B, congrats to your efforts. Thanks for the coverage. Well, thanks for the comment. I appreciate it. I want to single that comment out because it's a very positive one. Turnout looks higher than 22. LTE have a different feeling, favors more Dems, not policies themselves, but think his predictions and thoughts not bad. Some videos I definitely see too much bias. That's why excess is good. Your voice is awesome. Thank you. Thanks for noticing. Red Eagle also sucks. Okay. Is he streaming tonight? Yeah, is everybody streaming? Are the other guys streaming? How was Royce White doing? He's trailing by 7.5. There it is. Oh no, he's actually leading by 7.5. Excuse me. Yeah, Frazier did have a lead there for a bit, but Royce White has eclipsed him by 7 points. And we still have nothing, though, here in Hennepin and Ramsey. So keep that in mind as we see who's going to challenge Amy Klobuchar on the Republican side. 24% of the vote in. Still, only 5% in here in the 5th. That's disappointing. They teased us with just a little bit of vote here. Red Eagle can get pretty bad pretty often. Let's Talk is also really bad, but not as bad. Well, I think the way they might look at it is, do they care how biased they are? Because if they're getting the views and the results are there, they're bringing in revenue, expanding their channels, I don't think they care how biased they are. It might just come down to the bottom line. And I don't think Red Eagle he's wide open with his views and his leanings. I don't know if LTE, I don't know how he describes himself. I'm not sure. I haven't checked lately. Keys is biased. Okay, Angela, you're taking off. Thanks for showing up to the stream. Appreciate it. 2000 was basically a tie anyway. Yeah, that's the thing. If you had Gore winning, I don't think there's any shame in that because it was so close. It's perfectly reasonable. On these coin flip elections, sooner or later, you're going to get one wrong. You enjoy the voice? That person is chronically online. Okay, is that one of the other channels? Possibly LTE. Okay. Janice, bad night. You're leaving. Okay, well, sorry to hear that, but have a good night anyway. You were taking it literally like the actual keys to the doors. Yeah, that's one way to look at it. What happens on election night? You'll be here in the chat. That's good to hear. Less than 3 months away. Okay. A lot of power, federal spending. So Governor won this confusing ballot. Yeah, again, the spending might be, when it's completely lopsided, at ballot PD, I think it was like millions of dollars to under 100,000. At least that's what I think I saw. So when it's basically like 95% in one direction, that might be enough to persuade some voters. Maybe it's not enough, but it's something to consider. A lot of times the spending I don't think matters a ton, but when it's that dramatic, that actually could play a role in it. Oh, look at this. Tony Weed has just taken the lead from Roger Roth in both the special and the regular election. 40% of the vote in. Weed is up by less than 50 votes. And now we've got some more coming in. So this is a fascinating race because Tony Weed, he's not in politics. He got the Trump endorsement, and he's going up against two politicians here. And without any runoffs, somebody could be winning this thing with 40% of the vote. When does the Minnesota election end? I don't know what that really means. Whenever the results all come in, people don't realize AIPAC has so much money, gets so much money. And there's a lot of outside spending. I'd say I'm not a big fan of that. Omar District gonna be late? Maybe. Red Eagle, too much talk. I see. 3:23 a.m. You're giving up. Well, Will, if you're throwing in the towel, nice to see you again. Again, thanks for the little bit of a super chat there. Red Eagle is streaming. On Point Politics is streaming. They always stream these nights. LTE is not streaming. Why is he not streaming? And how late do these guys go? I usually go for at least a few hours. You were watching Red Eagle, but you needed to be calm tonight. Okay. Pretty sure LTE is a young liberal. He likes views, but also does college stuff. He has Discord where many share their views from left and right. So LTE is bigger. Okay. Bravo. Race for Lieutenant Governor of Vermont. Yeah, we haven't looked. There are similar channels, growing as well with different leads. Always good to see what predictions and thoughts similar to yours. Yeah. I mean, I've got over 1,000 videos, been doing this 2.5 years. And I know there's some channels that have been doing it way less time, have way less videos, but they have way more subscribers and views. It can be frustrating. That's why I don't really often like to look at other channels, but it can be frustrating. Now, maybe some of those just subscribers are bots. Maybe they've paid people. Maybe they do promotions. Who knows? You got banned from LTE Discord for hitting on 3 of the mods. Ooh, that's not looking promising for your mod candidacy. Let's see. Most think House leans Dem, Senate tilt red, and toss up President Harrison Walls leading. The polls just tend to people really focus on what just happened recently in the polls. And I try to not put so much weight on what's just happened. For all those months, basically the whole year when Trump was leading in all the states, it took me a while to really start giving him any kind of an advantage. And I would constantly say there's way, way too much time left. We have no idea what's going to happen. Let's see how it goes. And eventually, when Trump kept that lead for months and then even expanded it, at that point I started to think that it did look like Trump had a clear enough lead to say that he's favored to win. But now that it's just barely changed back, and with Harris going from being fairly unpopular as vice president to being popular just as she tags out with Biden as the nominee, I don't think that her popularity can go from that low to that high. Now, I get it. It's a different office. It's a different dynamic. Democrats are reinvigorated after Biden stepped aside because he looked like he was headed for defeat. Let's go back into the fifth, actually. But prior to Biden dropping out, Harris was actually, there were a bunch of polls with her less popular than Biden. And I think there were fears that they can't put her in as the nominee because she's not really an upgrade. But it was only after Biden totally bottomed out that it looked like they had to do something. And then Harris comes in, and I could see her being a little bit more popular, but not way popular. That to me seems kind of unrealistic. Now, I'm open to anything happening, but it just seems a little unsustainable. I know she's gotten a lot of favorable media coverage as well. That could be another factor. All right, let's go back into this. Still sitting here on the 5th. You like Aleister Crowley on Discord Politics. Okay. I go longer than them. Okay. LTE and Red have very annoying voices. Hmm. Again, yeah, it comes down to how much does the voice matter? What if the content was terrible, but the voice was great? I don't think that would work. I think you got to have kind of a balance, I would say. Why did Zuckerman do so poorly? It's a good question. I'm not sure. He must have had some kind of a backlash from non progressives or something, but he still won it fairly comfortably. District 5 is disappointing. That is very disappointing. You hope Omar loses. All jokes aside, does the GOP have any shot at winning Vermont lieutenant governor? I don't think so. But again, that's not a race I followed closely as we get some hearts coming in. Always nice to see the hearts. I don't think they have much of a chance. But lieutenant governor, it's not like it's not senator or president. There's a chance Republicans could be more competitive for that office, but Zuckerman is the incumbent. He's pretty well known. I would say he's very likely to win. There could be some bots in the chat. That's a possibility. Can you explain the Sam Brownback situation, how that has affected Kansas elections years later? Well, I'm not going to be able to explain that in depth, but Sam Brownback as governor had enacted some, I guess, more draconian or conservative financial economic policy, something in that direction. And that was enough to cause there to be enough of a backlash. Now, I would have to brush up on that to get all the details. I don't want to give out inaccurate information, but it's in that direction. Fiscal policy a little bit too conservative, and there was a backlash. Usually the schools are a factor in that type of thing, but I think he did win re-election even in the midst of that. It was narrow, but he did win re-election. And then, of course, Laura Kelly in Kansas, she's in there now, so that could be some fallout from that. But if you're looking for specific fallout down in the details of the policy he enacted, that I would have to defer to somebody else on. But that's an interesting question that goes back a little bit. Uh, it is not that Kamala is popular. It is Walz is popular. Kamala is just less popular for Trump, meaning issues October could surprise a ticket. I think, I mean, I remember the last 2 or 3 years, the reaction to Kamala from progressives was she's bad. Most of it. She's pretty bad. Of course, Republicans don't like her. The liberal Democrat establishment, they like Kamala for reasons. But a lot of people on both sides, progressives didn't like Harris. Republicans, of course, didn't like her. And there were issues there. Her authenticity, that is a big thing that I think is her big liability. I think once she does more interviews, I've said it kind of comes off as Hillary Clinton to me. I don't, I, I think she does need to sit down, do more interviews, and not look scripted because it looks like she's kind of just consulted tested. And I don't know how much that's going to play in the Rust Belt. There's the laughing. A lot of people bring that up. I have seen that. I've seen plenty of clips over the years. I don't mean recently. I remember just going back a year or two ago where she gives kind of meandering responses and it just don't make a lot of sense. I think there are some liabilities there. Now, Trump, of course, has a ton of baggage, but I've said that his baggage has been well known. Like, that's all that gets talked about for years. Harris is, I think, tending to be riding kind of a high note as Democrats are elated that Biden is out. But we'll see what happens. At this point, we've got to wait at least until Labor Day. But I'm saying let's get into October at this point, given all the changes that have happened over the past couple of months. So we are waiting on a little bit here. It's still pretty much Minnesota's 5th is the big one that we're waiting on. But again, I appreciate everybody stopping by, whether it's for 5 minutes or for a couple of hours on this August 13th primary evening. 4 states, Connecticut, Vermont, Minnesota, Wisconsin tonight. Let's see. Opinion on a classmate who has a strong desire to be a monitor? I would need to know the duties involved with that. I would need to see kind of a job description of what the class monitor would even do. But just to be very generic about it, sounds like they're ambitious. They have some ambition there, some drive to do something. So there's ambition there. That's all I can say. Maybe they want to do sinister things with that kind of control and power. Wait, now the results just popped to 100%? Wow. That's it. We go from 5 to 95 plus, just like that. And looks like Omar is the winner with 56% to Don Samuels 43. Unless there's some kind of a mistake. That's not what we wanted at all. That's like the exact thing I don't want. At first we got no results in the 5th. Then we get 5%, then we have nothing, and then it goes to 100. I kind of want a little bit of a build up there gradually. And now we've got the banner. So Don Samuels 0 for 2 here in the 5th in Minnesota. And it's a bigger margin for Omar this time. So the squad retains a member. And if you're looking for margins, in Hennepin, it matches up pretty well with the overall result. Let's Fishback or Fishbach. That's still a 2-1 lead almost. But I don't know why she's doing a little bit poorly. But she should go on to win. Let's see, where was I in the comments? You're from Vermont. You could say Lieutenant Governor will be close. You say lean deep at GOP. As a former Dem, it could make strides with the Dem voters. That's good stuff to hear that, because that's a race I haven't been paying attention to. So if there's something I should take more of a look at, I'm glad to hear that. So maybe I'll take a second look at that as time goes on. Election prediction official also has a good voice. Okay. I've got competition, it sounds like. Listen to the polls, always has its caveats. Biden is low, must be accurate. Harris is up. Yeah, oh, yeah, that is what everybody does. There's no question. I don't think when Trump was up, I don't think that it was over at all. I constantly was saying there is time left. You got to give it time. And now that Harris is up, I don't know why Democrats. I've seen some say it's over. That I don't understand either. But everybody has something they can cling to. Now, if Harris is barely up now or up in the key states, then Democrats are going to say, well, this is great. But Republicans could always say the polls have underestimated Trump in 16 and 20, and that's true. So there's going to be something there for everybody. Okay. Is Kansas turning blue? Probably a little bit. Good night, Reginald. Melatonin receives your endorsement. Hey, thanks for coming by for the stream. Polls have been closed for. Okay, we got the results in here in the 5th. That just popped up out of nowhere. Yeah, and another thing with Harris is she's in part of the party in power, and generally, when you look at are we headed in the right direction, it's way over the top. Voters think we're headed in the wrong direction. That doesn't mean that they want Trump in there. It just means that they don't like the direction we're headed in. And then Harris might have to deal with some questions about how she was so close to Biden. Didn't she see his age being an issue? How could she not see that? Why are we only hearing about it after that debate? Will they debate? Probably. Minnesota 7. Did they get even closer? That's still 65 here. Let's go back here to. Ooh, this got close here in the 3rd for the Dems. Very close now for Cook over Shanklin. And Tony Weed here in the 8th district, both in the special and the regular. Small lead. You don't think Harris is particularly strong or outstanding, but I also think a lot of rhetorical strategies against her have been unconvincing and weak. Yeah, some of that does fall flat. I can agree with that. I've never been a fan of press access critique. It's a real issue, but also navel gazing, press caring about press, and I think it would work better if it was specific issues rather than access. I think it's all a part of it. I mean, I want to see somebody unscripted, and that's something it always seemed like when Harris is giving a kind of an off the cuff response, or even the prepared remarks. Sometimes they're awkward. I'm sure there's compilations out there that would make it look horrible. Probably just 10, 15 minutes straight of bad moments or laughing. And there's going to be compilations of Trump too, saying stupid things. But I think we've seen those. We've seen those a ton. We've been seeing those for years. think I skipped some of these. Let's see. Where was I? Yeah, I mean, Harris has talked about some issues. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think it would be impossible to not talk about any issues. But maybe the media coverage has been way too favorable. That could be something to factor in, I suppose. Okay. Find them infighting. Okay. Are you even American? I'm not sure who that's for. Let's see. Minnesota has a second chance to fire Omar on the 5th. That's true, but that's very, very unlikely. George Lord, you take it off. Okay, have a good night. Polls underestimated Trump Pence in 20, still lost. Yeah, it was extremely close. I don't really blame anybody that had Trump winning it in 20 because I mean it very nearly happened. Uh well, let's see, nothing appeals about Harris. I think that she has again reignited supporters of Biden who thought that Biden was on a sinking ship. So I think there's a rejuvenation there, but it always seemed like and again she didn't in 2020 she just had no success. It seemed like it does seem like so many of the other candidates would have been stronger. And now I know it's a lot easier to, or actually it's harder to say it now, given her popularity seemingly having gone up. But I'm still more focused on the years of her having low popularity. And to me, that has a lot of weight to it. If all of a sudden Trump shot way up to super popularity, I would say that seems unconvincing. That's going to have to come back down. I thought it might have gone up a little bit after the assassination attempt, but there's always going to be something there for people to talk about. Either the polls are right, either they're wrong, they're oversampling this group or that group. But no, I do think there's some issues there personally with Harris. I mean, I still think that she could do better in Georgia, and I don't know how much of a factor Tim Walz is going to be, but again, the popularity was very low for a long time. The border issue, yeah, where she was supposed to be in charge of the border, there's just a. It always seemed like prior to Biden stepping aside, it seemed like if Harris got in, there was a lot of material there. So it just did not seem to me like she was that strong of a candidate. It seems like there's really no strong candidates either. Trump has so many weaknesses. He, of course, ignites certain states, certain demographics, certain low propensity voters. But it just seems like so many people are just sick of all these politicians. Trump will trash Harris. Okay, support Shankland, but because her name is funny. All right. Can we mute Genesis 2008? Well, do we, is that something everybody wants to have happen? We could make things happen because yeah, we do want to keep it pretty classy enough. We want to avoid any obvious trolling and all that. Uh, we think about Project 2025. I think there's some things I don't like in there, but how much of it is reasonably going to be implemented? I think not that much. I know there's always platforms for different groups or different advocacies that have these extremely lofty goals. And usually when you look at those, you tend to think, wow, this looks totally unrealistic or extreme. So I would not think, so this is not really an exception. Now, there's probably some stuff that I'm okay with, but yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's not my thing, but I don't know how much it's going to be a factor. Red Eagle is wrong about a lot, but he's 100% on this. I'm not sure what we're talking about. Let's go back here. Let's look at the results real quick, see if we got any updates. Okay, it's called here for Michelle Fishback or Fishbach if you prefer. But she did get a little bit of a challenge here. More than a third here to Steve Boyd. Mute you too. You just want us all to be civil. Well, why would I mute somebody wanting to be civil? The clip of Harris went to reporters. Every question responded. Trump saying X or Y. Shocker, she's not a fan of Trump. Okay. You think most serious commentators worth their salt would say it will be very close? I mean, I've said that for a long time. The only time it got away from that was after Biden bottomed out after the debate. Then I thought, okay, now it looks like it's starting to get not extremely close. But that was that was only when Trump was really ahead, pretty much in all the states, and getting close in Virginia, Minnesota, New Hampshire. He even had a lead in at least one poll. But yeah, it should be very close. Who knows if Democrats are going to be underestimated, if abortion is going to be a big driver, or if Trump is going to have some hidden vote out there and that's not captured by the polls again. All right, let's go back to Wisconsin here. Let's see. But I like how we've got results coming in now. We're not sitting here with nothing happening. Um, you think some of Harris's popularity stems from people saying they don't want a rematch and now she's a new option? But I think the hype is also a bit more than it actually is. I Okay, fair enough. I mean, yeah, let's see if it lasts. Buttigieg is a strong enough candidate. I mean, a lot of these are fairly establishment candidates. I think everybody wanted to see the Bernie Trump matchup. Two candidates who are trying to go take down the establishments. And that would have been the most interesting. I think that's technically what enough people would have wanted to see happen. We'll put it like that. Other than that, there's so many of these establishment politicians. And I do like to see things get shaken up a little bit. It would have been interesting to see what would have happened with Bernie. And I guess we'll never know. Nikki Haley did say whichever party gets a new candidate would win. Okay. Low propensity voters. I don't think there's any negative connotations with that. Royce White has won. Really? Okay, Royce White has won. So I thought might be Joe Frazier at the beginning, but no, it's Royce White, the former athlete. He's going to be the nominee. I think he's very young too. I don't think he's going to win. I think Klobuchar is going to win by definitely 10 points, but probably 15, maybe 20. I think her days of winning by 25 plus points might be in the past, but we'll see what happens. I'm not sure who's muted. I gotta. Okay, Stacey Abrams. Okay, Stacey Abrams. I don't know how much power Abrams has. She lost two statewide races, so that's something to think about. I do think once you take a couple of losses statewide, your star power might be a little bit lower. Now she could rally certain demographics. That's true, but it didn't help her win the election for governor. Radio got Florida correct in 2020, and that's about it. The 2020 was so unique with the mail-in ballots and COVID, a lot of unique factors. I mean, this election has some unique stuff going on already too, for sure. But I don't care if people get their predictions wrong, because I mean, sometimes there's information out there that makes sense, and you might have a prediction that just doesn't pan out. Okay. It's good for understanding Hispanic trends. Let's see. Look at the name for GOP Minnesota 4. Okay. There we go. Yeah, some names are easier to pronounce than others. There's no denying that. I'll leave that one up to you guys. Virginia is going to be interesting this year. It seems like Gaines, Youngkin, and GOP in 21 have carried over to 24. Well, I mean, they didn't carry over last year when the state senate flipped, and now the Democrats are in control, narrowly in control of the legislator there. 21 was that was a high point for the GOP. They did get close in New Jersey. They snagged Virginia, but and I thought Youngkin would have been the guy to be picked for vice president, for a running mate. I thought it would. I guess I'm thinking about it a little bit differently. I thought that probably would have been electorally the safer pick. Maybe that's not what you go for, but I guess Youngkin. At first, I didn't think he would be picked. 2 years ago, I thought, nah. But maybe the last month or two, I thought, okay, Youngkin, I can see that a little bit more. And the Bergam momentum, Bergmentum, whatever you want to call it, that fizzled out. Bergam was favored right there till the final couple of weeks. So Tony Weed is in the lead still here with more than half of the vote in Wisconsin's 8th. This is the Northeastern Green Bay District. This was formerly held by Republican Mike Gallagher. He stepped down, so it's an open seat. The Democrats here have Kristen Lyerly. Should go Republican, should go red in the general election. This used to be kind of a swing district, but it's gotten much redder. Yeah, there are some messages that pop up for that are detected as being held for review. Some of these, I usually get in on these, but some of these are just, they're getting to be too trolly. So, Will, you're calling it. Good night. Have a good night. See you on the next one. Um, but let's see. Okay, is the chat gotten, is it gotten less classy now again? I'm trying to keep up with it. and the results at the same time. Okay, Janissa, is that the is there too much trolling going on? Do we have to take action on that? Uh, okay, let's see. Okay, there's a little bit of timeout because yeah, it's just getting too crazy. Don't want the quality of the chat to decline. We could talk about mods at some point again, but I don't want to get too held up on calling these results. So here we go. Wisconsin's third. We've got Rebecca Cook is the leader here right now over Katrina Shanklin. This is to see who goes against Derek Van Orden. This is a red tilting district. The Democrats have a chance to flip it. It's not impossible. And then in the eighth, this is the one we're watching now. This is probably the big one for the rest of the night. The rest of it has pretty much been called here. Connecticut is pretty much over, maybe a couple in the state legislature. Vermont is pretty much over as well. A lot of uncontested races. And then in Minnesota, we've got almost everything called here. The fourth district here, though, Republican side, that's not called, but that's a blue district here. And then in the U.S. Senate, Amy Klobuchar, of course, wins nomination. Royce White, he is going to be the nominee against Klobuchar, which is maybe a little surprising here. And then in the fifth district, Ilhan Omar is the winner over Don Samuels. She's the nominee. She's going to go on to win. That's going to be tantamount to victory in this deep blue district in the Twin Cities in Minnesota. In the fourth district, or in Wisconsin, it's going to be Eric Hovde as the nominee to go against Tammy Baldwin, the incumbent Democrat. Baldwin is going for term number 3. Hovde ran in 2012. He came in second place in that Republican primary. He lost to Tommy Thompson, who himself went on to lose to Tammy Baldwin. And then the 8th district here. We're waiting on the results here. Trump has endorsed Tony Weed. He has the lead for right now. There's a regular election and a special. All right. There's just so many comments. Let's see. Well, the thing about the mods is, yeah, I generally don't want, I want everything said unless it's clearly spam, and even it has to be repetitive as well. I mean, if somebody just spams for a moment, you got to cut a little slack. But other than that, I generally let everything come through unless it's obviously highly obscene or totally inflammatory. But for the most part, different things, different range of things. People are free to mention almost anything they want within just a little bit of reason. But yeah, if people, okay, now things have dried up here in the chat, but that's fine. It is, we're a couple hours in here anyway. So if anybody, is there It's going to be tough to get agreement on finding who would want to be a moderator for the chat. We usually don't need one, but this one did get a little bit out of hand. Just a little bit. It's never fun when somebody's trolling. And me, you're still here. $2. Thank you. Is this for the mod position, or are you deferring to Lisk Lisk or Primal B? Or maybe somebody else? But yeah, there was so many messages I couldn't really read, probably about a third of them. Singing. That would be that's for when the channel hits, when I get the 100,000 plaque maybe, or big donation. But I get it. Are you saying the voice is so preferable that it would just melt away all your troubles if it translated into a song? You're assuming Sanders will decline the Democratic nomination and run as an independent for a fourth time. Okay. Yeah, we can't even forget Bernie. Actually, yeah, uncontested for nomination. Bernie, he's in his 80s. Biggest contributor gets the mod badge. Well, it has to also be somebody who's moderately trustworthy. That's the thing. It'd be nice to just say, hey, somebody's going to throw me X amount of money. You'll need mod, seeing rapid growth and notice of politics again. So more and more people will be finding channels like yours. Yeah, that's the thing. Then after the election day, it's going to decline a ton, right? But yeah, I mean, yeah, I've thought about the mod thing in the past, but I'm usually able to keep track of it all. But I mean, we've got a few candidates here. Again, if we can make that happen, if you make a guarantee at 100K, I will campaign for you. Well, it has to be 100K in a reasonable amount of time. I can't take 10 years to get to 100K. That would be insane. That would be pointless. And then even then, we'd have to agree on what we're going to be singing and how that would go. Yeah, I've heard about the radio voice. ASMR, yeah, that's true. Hey, if it's that good, maybe somebody will give me an offer to do some of that kind of thing professionally. Because, money talks, as they say. But it's not all about, there's a combination. There's the voice itself, there's the words, the grammar, there's the tempo, the pacing, there's the modulation and inflection. That's all a part of it. Frank Sinatra, ooh, I don't know. We can worry about that if it gets to that point. Oh, I think Sinatra has more of a little bit more of a boom to his voice. Maybe that's the wrong way to describe it, but I mean, we're going straight for the legends. Can anybody compete with Sinatra? Yeah, upset in Minnesota with White beating Frazier. I would say it seems like a little bit of an upset as well. Bob Ross, there you go. Can't compete with that guy. Uh, Hope Bernie runs again in 30. Ooh, that'd be interesting. Sarah finds you cute. Oh, well, Just by the voice, that's a compliment. We've got me as gifting a membership, so that's awesome. It's only $2.99 for a month of just supporting the channel for the most part. You'll get tagged as being a member, and you'll get some acknowledgement if you show up in a stream or whatever. But the memberships, since there's not so many, it's hard to create a lot of perks. But if there's a bunch, things can change over the future. There's 2 tiers right now. Could be more tiers. But you got to start slow and see what happens. So, Bread Guy is the winner of the membership. So, Bread Guy, there's a few community posts for members in the past. There's not many. Again, if you're looking for substantial perks for membership, there's not a whole lot, but you have the admiration, you have the appreciation of both me and if you continue the membership. If you bail after a month, it's only $2.99. But again, the more members there are, then we can look into adding some additional things. But again, it takes a lot of effort to keep the channel going as it does so far. So, okay, let me go back here. Those who want a mod are the people who shouldn't get it. There you go. That's some deeper thinking there. Reverse psychology, maybe. Stellar Spark, second best voice. I do remember him. He covered election data. PE for president. There you go. Free ponies for all, right? Take a line out of Vermont Supreme. I think that was him. Sing the national anthem. Ooh, that does seem appropriate, right? Politics and everything. You will shill your channel like a DNC bot. Ooh. Does that mean there's always jokes you could throw in, right? Does that mean Donna Brazil gets the videos in advance? Singing competition. Hey, if you really want to do that, you don't need to do a video. If you record some audio, you send a link, maybe you have it on your own channel, in 30 seconds or less. Why do you want to be a mod for this channel? And what's your track record of commentary like? 200 people have joined the stream. Usually last time was less than 100. So that's why I'm saying a mod, since yeah, I think for the election it would be needed. So that's true. Now we're down to 57. So yeah, we can add 1 or 2. So I mean, we've only been talking about 3 people so far. Unless are you putting yourself, you throwing your hat into the ring, Sarah Gomez, or no? Are you just recommending somebody else? Because maybe we could put 2 people in there. Because I can't rely just on one person. Maybe. What if they blow it? This channel could be sinking. Red has a whiny voice. Okay. Want to grow your channel? Which way will X stay trend and Trump versus Kamala prediction videos? Yeah, I mean, I do those trend videos. Those probably take the most effort. So I do one of those a week. But I mean, and I'll do a prediction video probably for, excuse me, early next month. Who's challenging Chris Murphy? That's going to be Matthew Corey. Um, but yeah, the gift membership, and then there's a second one here. Me has gifted a second one to Primal B. Look at that. And yeah, and if you're again, apologies on the lack of perks. There's just a few extra community thanks to the members, and then you're gonna get your tags. I've reduced it down to three the next 3 days. Tagging for 7 days just became too much. So we'll get you in the the pinned comments or the video description the next 3 days. Probably in the video description, we'll tag you there for the membership. And of course, the appreciation is there. It's just to get your foot in the door if you're looking to support the channel at all. It's only going to be for a month. It's probably going to be canceled, but you can keep it going if you enjoy the channel. Daily content, 1,000 videos. So, again, I'd like to add more perks eventually, but given that, the channel doesn't ultimately bring in that much, it's hard to add in a lot of new perks. It already takes up a lot of my time, and, we'll see what happens. Segregate the rich viewers and the poor viewers. Okay. Do you have your favorite singers of your time since you're a younger adult? You didn't grow up with Sinatra. Well, I mean, yeah, I don't know a whole ton about Sinatra, but I mean, he's just so legendary. I know at least a little bit. Anyone want another membership? Okay. Yeah, there is a blog. I don't really update that. I don't update it frequently, but I've had a blog for more than 8 years. And there's a lot of lists on there, political stats, some elections, and a lot of if you're looking for the oldest senators or governors or U.S. representatives, those are the things I update. But there's a variety of different political data on there. Been have that from a while back. Again, these two ballot measure amendment questions look like they've failed here pretty convincingly by 15%. It's the exact same margin in both as well, even though some of the counties have different margins. Um, okay. Rap battle. Well, that's not going to be my expertise. Somebody could do that for the channel. Imagine going into an interview for a mod position. Yeah, you don't even get paid. Yeah, the channel barely gets paid. So yeah, it's hard to think about that when there's only a little bit coming in for the channel. But every little bit we get, expands it just a little bit more. Wisconsin looking pretty blue. Well, I mean, I guess, and for the ballot measures, but again, the ones in the spring those were ones that were favored by Republicans, and those passed. For I think I know what they were, but I don't want to misspeak about what they were. I think with keeping the money out of the Zuckerbucks, whatever it was, that and something with appointing poll um, poll watchers, something like that, something in that direction. But don't quote me on that. Down in Brazil and David Pecker's testimony. I mean, there's a lot of times I could expand on some, side jokes, commentary, but I know that's gonna probably rub people the wrong way if you make a comment about this person or that person, even if you hit up everybody. But so I try to avoid a lot of that. But once in a while, again, something could come out. You don't know how to do mod and no guarantees I am there. You also recommend someone who be here and liked by all. Okay. Will you be doing next Tuesday the stream? That I don't know. It's kind of 50-50. I have some stuff I've got to do. I don't know if I can pull it off. I'd like to. This one I didn't even know I was doing until today. The schedule again is this. Next week, Alaska, Florida, Wyoming. I'm pretty sure there's no way I'm doing the September 3rd one, and I would lean towards the 10th one is going to be not happening as well, but those aren't really. New Hampshire is going to have a little bit going on, and Delaware does too, but in the general election, it's going to be not competitive really for Delaware. Maybe the debates, it all depends how I'm looking, what I've got going on. I don't want to promise it'll happen because it might not happen. What do you think about Mr. Beast? Somebody asked me that a long time ago, probably during the last, maybe it was during the Iowa stream, or maybe it was during the 23 elections. And I confused him with Mr. Beat because I thought we were talking about politics. So, Mr. Beat is not Mr. Beast. It's similar, but Mr. Beast, I mean, what can you say? I mean, he's like the massivest guy, most popularity. He does some interesting things. I've seen some of it. I don't really go way into it. I don't have a ton of time to sit and watch a ton of other channels, but I've seen some of it. Some of it's kind of interesting, different competitions and such. So that part is kind of cool. But I don't have a strong opinion. Mr. B's controversy is so big. Oh, so there's controversies. If they're new, I definitely don't know what they are. If they're old, I may have forgotten or I don't really care. I think the only thing I could think of was a controversy where he donated money to have people cure their blindness, and some people had a problem with that, like the way he was doing it. That I didn't think was interesting at the time, but oh, unrelated. Oh no, I read that already. What do you think about banning minors in public? That's to everybody. I don't know what that even means. If you're under 18, you cannot be in public. Bread guy though, that membership icon is looking pretty nice there. I think that's purple. That looks good. It's kind of snazzy. September 3rd won't even have anything happening. Yeah. Well, Massachusetts, the Republican side. I mean, I guess they got to pick a nominee, but whoever it is losing to Warren. You're disappointed there's only one confirmed debate. Yeah, that I think it should work itself out, hopefully. Election polling official. Hey, nice to see you. And I think that all caught. I think that's the first time I got caught up to every message right there on election polling official. So good to have people still stopping by the chat, the stream, even after 2.5 hours, 3 hours. We're coming up on 3 hours now. So that's nice. So hopefully everybody's having a great evening here. Yes, Mr. Beast. Many big YouTubers. Oh, so this is recent. Okay, then I really don't know what the deal with Mr. Beast is. Has he fallen from grace? Has he declined? Has he lost like 1 million subscribers? Or is he ultimately going to be just fine? I'm not sure. Okay, yeah, that Sounds like there is stuff going on with Mr. Beast. How much of it is legitimate? How much of it is kind of just embellished and manufactured to try to take down, the most popular guy? Maybe it's all legitimate, but I have no idea. Maybe it's totally inflated. Maybe it's artificial. I don't know. There's a chance for the first time Mr. Beast could be in trouble, but again, Messi hasn't given a statement. Okay, yeah, I have no idea what's going on with Mr. Beast. I hear he's got a candy bar in the stores. He's got his own candy. I haven't had it, but I've heard it's kind of mediocre, kind of average. Maybe you've had it. I can't even think of the name of it, but it's something. Top three presidents in U.S. history. Yeah, you're right that I don't go into those opinions. Yeah, I wouldn't even really know what to say. I think that's a good question for Mr. Beat. He's much more into the deeper historical analysis of presidents, and there's just so many there that I don't know enough about. So I don't think it'd be fair to even answer that. But I know what a lot of other people would say. The crowd pleasers are Washington, Lincoln, maybe FDR, Kennedy. There's a few others, but I think the safe thing to do is you avoid any of the presidents in the last, 30, 40 years. And I think you'll be pretty good. I know some people go in for Reagan and Clinton. Those are kind of the modern ones. And then, of course, Obama, even more recently. But I know it's just not really exactly my kind of thing. I more so try to cover elections and more modern politics. I've done plenty of videos with political shifts, but some things I just don't have a strong opinion on. That's the thing. So I think this is pretty much the big race we're just waiting on here. Wisconsin's eighth. I guess this is also important as well. The third, the Democratic side. Half left, half fake, half embellish, half unknown. All right, so that's everything. I mean, do people like? I guess I just don't know anything. I don't know how much it's going to affect. If the worst of it is true, is that going to affect? Like, is he in legal jeopardy? Is he in criminal jeopardy? Could he take a huge hit on his channel? Are some people ready to turn against him? Can he gain new supporters? I really have no idea. I try to consider all angles, even though Mr. Beast really has nothing to do with, well, this channel or politics. Bernie Sanders was here. He had to get to bed. He's got a job he's starting. So he's ducked out after about an hour or something like that. Have you tried Prime? I don't know if that is for me. Is that we're talking about Amazon Prime? I'm aware of it. I it's an odd question. Tyson is shady with children. Many conservatives used that against Beast, and many YouTubers hated the hurtness of trans people, also saying Tyson is disgusting. Okay, yeah, I really can't comment on that. I just don't know enough. Sounds like everybody here knows a little bit more than I do with that. If you were in the studio, horrendous things would be spoken into that microphone. I know I could use the voice for good or for evil or good or bad. And I suppose anything counts as a studio, right? After Beast cut ties with Tyson, see, I'm not too familiar with Tyson. Okay, yeah, I really don't know. This is getting way too in the weeds for me. Uh, Not to be confused here with Tony Weed, who is leading here in the 8th district. I've watched some of his videos. He's just got something interesting going on sometimes. I saw one where he had somebody staying in a supermarket or whatever, and they got to live there as long as they could, and they got some amount of money every day, maybe 10,000, and they had to sell some amount of money every day. That was that was a fun one. Oh, okay. I was thinking it couldn't be Amazon Prime, right? Drink made by Logan Paul. No, I'm not familiar with that. Yeah, can we talk about elections? That usually happens, I guess, late in the stream or kind of late. Things tend to veer off. We're still maybe looking to get a moderator in here, I guess. Maybe a couple, because sometimes somebody can't be in here if there's a stream going. Maybe we need two or three. A few more hearts. Yeah. So I think this is the big finish here. Wisconsin's 8th. That again, this is a Trump endorsed candidate who is out of politics. Tony Weed, Roger Roth, and Andre Jacques, they're in office. They're elected officials. They've got a political history. So I was surprised actually to see Trump endorse somebody, Tony Weed. I think he's a gas station owner or something. I'd have to double check on that, but and I personally I wish there were runoffs. It could be instant, it could be later on because I don't want to see somebody win with 39% of the vote. I'd like to see somebody get to 50 even here. This this is no good, 48%. Uh Mr. Beat makes good YouTube content. I've seen some where he called all the senators. I think he tried to do it with the reps too, but I haven't seen a lot lately. Again, I got limited time between the channel and things outside of the channel. But yeah, back to the elections here. So it looks like Tony Weed is leading here in Brown County itself. This is a close one. A great way to get people to chat by saying you're giving a mod roll. Yeah, that did spike it up. It got a little bit out of hand there, just for a little bit. There was a little bit of, it seemed to be not as classy. Let's just say that. But that's going to happen once you start getting, a certain number of people together. There's going to be a couple of outliers that they affect the mood. The only thing I'm not aware of with the mod positions is does it does it show what the mods have done? Does it show which comments they have approved or not approved? It's Tony Weed. It's called for Tony Weed right there. You saw it here. You gotta love it when you're on it and it pops. So Tony Weed is the nominee here to replace Mike Gallagher. Which state can you name the most counties and possibly their party leanings? Oh, that's for elections prediction. Is that's not for me, that's for election polling official. You're asking which state you can name the most counties and their leanings? It's got to be a state with a lot of counties. Um, yeah, more people tend to ruin it. Usually it's just 1%, maybe 5% of people. Most tend to lean right, but as usual, more suburban areas are more left. In Texas, things are going to be worse before things get better. Election called at 62. It could also be for you, PO. Well, I mean, it's going to be hard to not know more counties about places you're from. And I try to keep it a little bit more mysterious. So that would be something I might not want to answer specifically. There's a little bit of a shroud of, lack of specificity here. But I just did a video on Delaware a couple weeks ago, which way that state is going to trend. And there's only 3 counties there. And that's probably the easiest state to talk about with counties. Yeah, Tony Weed. I don't know if that's a weird name. I mean, it's spelled. People are gonna think it's wide. It looks like wide. Man, okay. Did Nevada did Cetera speed run in the last 10 seconds? And once that, I'd have to pull up Nevada because that's not ringing a bell for me. Okay, definitely a Michigander. Okay. Found out about Cetera through my girlfriend, also geography and maps. I mean, yeah, I haven't really looked up anything on the side tonight. So, not sure what that's actually even about. Let's see. I'd have to look that up some other time. Well, actually, that's perfect. Again, I got caught up to the comments for the second time, I think, at least since the extreme beginning. And we've actually got calls here now. Look at this in this special. This is just to finish the remainder of the Mike Gallagher term. It's Tony Weed who is the nominee. The green is looking pretty good here. I agree. Again, don't be disappointed by the lack of abundance of perks for being a member. The channel's not huge, not a ton of members. So you'll get tagged in the next 3, and you have my appreciation, even though they were gifted. But it's good stuff. The more members there are, the more, maybe we could add in some custom emojis or a few more posts, community posts. But basically, just the entry level on the membership is just to show some sort of support for the channel. Just a little bit of support. But other than that, looks like we've got everything pretty much called except for this one here in the third for the Dems. We'll see if we get a call on this because Rebecca Cook looks like she has a little bit of a lead here. That's not nothing. That's 6 points. I think everything else is pretty much called. This is called now too here. Kyle Kilborn. He's going to face Tom Tiffany here in this Northwest District here in the 7th. Oh, we've still got this one also in the 2nd. Now this is the Blue District. Mark Pocan. Maybe you say Pocan, but I believe it's Pocan. This is a Blue District. He's going to win for sure in November, but it's not called here. Eric Olson has a lead, whoever that is. Yeah, the cetera thing, maybe that can be explained here. I'd spent 2 seconds trying to look that up. Couldn't really, it's just something I'm unaware of at this point. Yeah, I know, counties, I do know some counties, but then since there's so many, some of them just run together and some of them you misplace here and there. I mean, the main ones should be pretty easy. But the real low time counties, that I don't know who's going to remember most of those. You need your Trump mugshot emoji. See, that's the kind of thing that could be added. I know there's a Trump, I think like $2 bill or something with the mugshot, something like that. Seen the commercial for that. Cottle County. Okay. Yeah, that's a lot of counties and a lot of numbers. The only person APAC. Okay, yeah, there's probably some comments here that would be deemed inflammatory by some people. So you got to have some latitude on some of this stuff. Texas has a lot of counties. Georgia has a ton of counties as well. Swing state is always the best. Rando, you're back. Hey, did you enjoy the Delaware video from a week and a half ago? York County, PA. Hmm. I would have to. It sounds so familiar, but I have to. I'd have to defer to the pros on that one. Okay, identify all the states or different countries. Oh, also mode for national flags. Okay. Okay, so map game, gotcha. Sarah Gomez, all right. Have a good night. Nice to see you here for a while. Hopefully we'll see you in the future. Good chat though. Good stuff here from most of the chats. Pretty good. Couple of moments. It got a little off the rails. Most states. Yeah, suburb of Philly. Yeah, it's outside of uh, the main ones surrounding it, Montgomery, Delaware. Um, Bucks. I know when you try to think of county names, sometimes they just don't hit you. Sometimes you need to see the map, and it helps. Um, Chester, there we go. Yeah. Let's see. How big of a role do you think Project 2025 will have on the election? I I I don't know. I tend to think not a big role. I know I've seen it talked up by a lot of the media. Now I haven't followed it closely. That's my perception at a glance. So I don't know. It could be a challenge for Trump. Okay, Red Legion heading out. Hey, you've been kind of quiet, but hey, thanks for staying in the background. Have a good night. York County is very Republican, has a lot of people. Only in recent years for same reason. Okay, I'll comment on Delaware videos soon. I've been busy. Gotcha. Denied for a mod application. Reasoning being in a red county equals biased. All right. I think I'm caught up. It's good to have other people chatting it up about counties. It's good to see. Oh, we've got a call here now in the third for the Democrats. We've got Rebecca Cook is the nominee to take on Derek. They have an F here. Derek F. Van Orden, and then another F. What is that? That looks horrible. Derek Van Orden, though, the freshman senator, I believe he's in his first term, or maybe it's two now. I think it's one. But yeah, so Rebecca Cook is gonna take him on. She takes down Katrina Shankland with 90% of the vote in. And I think that's calls on Eric Olson. This is called now too. I think we might have calls on every single race. We've got some here in the state Senate that are not called and the state assembly. But that's really local stuff. Of course, it matters if you're from the state. Two ballot measures have failed. So Democrats going to be excited about that. But again, every race is different. Every ballot question is different. Republicans had success in the earlier ballot measures a few months ago, and the spending was heavily in favor of no, from what I can tell, like overwhelming. If we go back to the Senate here in Connecticut, there's really nothing else. Vermont, that's all in the books as far as any notable races. And it's good to hear that people are recommending we take a look at this Vermont lieutenant governor's race. Apparently, it could be competitive, so that's one to maybe take a look at. Maybe you disagree. Maybe this is not going to be competitive at all. That Minnesota here is completely called. And for Senate, it's Klobuchar. She's going to go up against Royce White, who maybe had pulled off an upset over Joe Frazier. And then in the 5th district, we've got Ilhan Omar defeats Don Samuels at a rematch by a wider margin. Samuels gave it a good run, I guess, 43%, but Omar is going to be going on to win in November. Then in Wisconsin, we've got Hovde. He's the nominee. He's coming back. 12 years later, after his first run, he's going to go up against Tammy Baldwin. And then in the 8th district, Tony Weed, who was endorsed by Trump, he's not a politician, but he's going to be the nominee in the 8th against Kristen Lyerly. So he's expected to win given the lean of the district. And Trump flexes his endorsements here. Okay. Nice. King of Prussia Mall. You think Project 2025 is kind of a fad that will die over time? Yeah, I mean, it's going to be used to scare swing voters and suburban voters, that's for sure. But how much is it going to matter? Tough to say. Vermont Senate, I think I glanced over that, but that's way down here. Gerald Malloy, Bernie Sanders, uncontested. Election polling official, you're taking off. Okay. Have a good evening. Thanks for making the stream. Good stuff. Okay, I'm not sure. Now it really quieted down. Usually happens. It's getting late. Everything is in. All the results are in. I don't know if this has ever happened where we've actually had full results. At least not since the presidential primaries. Uh, Registered independent. Good stuff. Okay. Republican platform is more moderate on some social issues. Yeah. Is that going to land with voters? That's the question. Do you think the Vermont governor's election will be closer than usual because of more people turning out? Define closer. Define closer than is closer less than Phil Scott's 40 something point win? Yeah, it could be less than that. It could get maybe he only wins by 38 points. But is that really anything meaningful? Not really. Now, is it going to be dramatically closer where Phil Scott wins by like 15 points? Uh, I would not think so. Scott has just been so much of a legend in that state, at least electorally. But again, I haven't followed that race. Maybe Scott has some kind of baggage over the past year or so. Maybe his opponent runs a really great campaign. I wouldn't think it's going to get that close. But that's just what I think. No party registration. Okay, you're wondering about Stephen Campbell in Wisconsin. How can I see how he's doing? What race is he in? Is he in one of these races? I can look it up if he's on the ballot. If it's a state senate or state assembly race, that'll make it a little bit more difficult though. The only reason we got full results is because of Arizona and result. Okay, yeah, Arizona and Nevada were not involved. Very disappointing in those states. Scott is an electoral juggernaut. He definitely is. You're voting for Trump. I think it's important for people to vote policy over the person. Biden and Harris administration has done so much damage with inflation, the border. That's kind of a real quick, simple way to put what I think a lot of people are voting for. And a lot of it is the inflation. Even setting aside whether they like Trump or not like Trump, a lot of people I think are saying they've lost hundreds, probably thousands of dollars over the past 3 to 4 years in basic things like food, energy, gas, insurance, everything. And then the border stuff is also pretty bad. I can see people just saying, yeah, hey, they don't care about personality. Those two issues, though, they're going to go for Trump. That's what a lot of people are doing, I think. Vernon County Assembly in Wisconsin. We can try to pull that up. Have to figure out which district number that is. I forgot who we're even looking up. Stephen Campbell. Here we go. Two Campbells, both Democrats, uncontested in the 72nd and trailing in the 96th. So I don't know which one is which because they don't show the first name here. So two Campbells in the state assembly, two Democrats. Could you go over the Wisconsin amendments again? Yeah, these were two constitutional amendments, and the short of it is Governor Tony Evers, a Democrat, uh, is against this proposal, which would strip him of some budgetary or delegating certain fiscal aspects. I think a lot of this stems from when COVID money came in. I think Evers was able to spend it however he liked without approval from the legislator. And I think the gist of this is the legislator wants a check on that. They want to be able to say where that money can be spent. And the Second Amendment is very similar. It's something in that same direction. So I don't want to go into too much detail because I'm bound to get some part of it wrong. But I think that's the general gist of it. The Republican legislator wants more say over where to allocate some of this funds, some of the funding. And Tony Evers, the governor, wants the unilateral control over some of this funding. Now, it's not for all funding. I think it's just for certain aspects. Again, I think a lot of it stems from some of the COVID or relief type of money related to those things where the governor had, I think, sole discretion. But again, don't quote me on that. But either way, the Democrats were a big no on this. Republicans were a yes. And apparently there was almost no financial backing for yes. It looked like on Ballotpedia there was under 100,000, I think, for yes. And there was, I think, millions, multiple millions for spent advocating for no. So when it's that totally lopsided, that could have an impact. So that's the gist of it, though. Of course, you're free to look way more into that, and I'm sure you could tell me I got part of it wrong, but that's the gist of it from what I understand. But either way, they both failed pretty comfortably here. Okay, Prime will be your heading out. Good stream. Thanks for the gift membership. Yeah, thanks to me for doing that. But thanks for making the stream a part of your night. Maybe you're in the running here for a mod position if we're gonna need that in the future. So that could be a possibility. I'll be remembering that. Okay, the 96th. So I did cover that. Try to pull it up again real quick. Yeah, the 96th. So that's it. This is super local, but Campbell, whoever that is, he is He lost big time by almost 50 points. Actually, we could. There are some close races here, though, like this. Less than 1% here. And the state legislative maps and the Senate and the Assembly, those did get redrawn. So that was the state Supreme Court ruling. That was consequence of that court flipping its ideological control toward liberal or the Democrats. The legislative maps had to be redrawn, and that should give the Democrats a pretty big boost in the Assembly and the Senate. The congressional maps were untouched. Now, that could change in the future, but those maps will stay in place, at least for this election. Do you think Kennedy takes more votes from Trump or Harris? Also, could you go over the Wisconsin amendments again? Well, I just went over them 2 seconds ago. But, okay, gotcha. So the Kennedy taking votes. Well, for a while, I haven't talked about it lately, but I would think he would do a little bit more to, oh, I've said to Biden, but now that Harris is in there, I don't know. I mean, I would still tend to think he would do a little bit more toward the Democrats, but I think there's a lot of voters that just would not vote for either side. So he's going to get some disaffected voters. And then I think Kennedy does have a little bit of an appeal with some Republicans. That's true. The media coverage and kind of the following has been more on the Republican side. So I can see him getting some voters from Trump. But ultimately, Kennedy has been a Democrat his whole life. The environmental lawyer thing, he's had a lot of liberal positions. Just because he has two or three that maybe go against the Democratic establishment, all of a sudden he's like cast out of the party. And I know he challenged Biden, so he kind of burned that bridge. But I think a lot of his positions, certainly up until recently, were liberal. They were not going to be aligned with most Republicans. So that should have appeal with Democrats, in my opinion. I think he does his best when he's talking about going after corporations and challenging high concentrations of power. That kind of thing, I think, is going to have some resonance. So it depends on how much his positions have shifted. I know he's got a couple that Republicans are going to like on vaccines, probably. Not all Republicans, but some of them, enough of them. But you go back a year ago, I mean, he would have clearly more in common with Democrats than Republicans. That's why I think he would do more toward the Democrats, but he hasn't gained much traction. Some of it's been unfair. There's been smears. I get it. He's also kind of a peculiar character. But that's a little bit what I think about Kennedy. I was waiting to see how much ballot access he was going to get and everything, but looks like it didn't really pan out so far. He got denied access to New York. Maybe he wins that on appeal. Okay. You don't see why the amendment shouldn't have passed. Well, the there's three reasons. One, they was just not preferable for enough voters. But number two, the money being spent. Now, if it was close to even or even not even that close, I don't think it might be a huge deal. But the fact that there was very, very little spent on yes and a ton spent on no, that could be a factor. And then the other thing is just, yeah, how was this explained? Was it well understood to voters what they were voting on? Because if they're not sure what they're voting on, they might default and say, hey, they don't want to change anything. So that's how I view that. Yeah, okay, oppose raised 2 million, while yes raised 20K. So there you go. That's backs up what I was saying. It's a tiny fraction for yes. But I also presented the other factors which you might consider. But again, that catches us up on the comments. So At this point, I think I'm going to take a quick 1 minute break. I haven't taken a break yet, but I'm going to take a minute break. We'll probably be winding it down at some point in the near future. But so far, good stream. Be back in just 1 minute. Okay. Well, looks like nothing was missed. And we're at about over 3.5 hours on the stream. Usually we go 4 plus. And I know we started just a little bit later this time. But 33 people, so we've declined. But again, it's great to have everybody in here for a quick or for a late night stream. Hopefully everybody has liked and shared and subscribed, all that standard stuff. And we've got a couple of gifted memberships here today. That's great. A couple of small super chats, always great to get that. And yeah, if you're a fan of the channel, this is where you want to be, of course, during a live stream. Because who doesn't love one-on-one interaction in real time? Is Hovde a strong candidate for the general election? Well, it depends on who you ask. My general position is he's not that strong of a candidate. I tend to think he's a weaker candidate. I covered that earlier. He already ran in 2012, and he didn't win nomination. So he's doing it again 12 years later. And I don't think he was Republicans' first choice. I thought they were looking for Mike Gallagher, maybe a Tom Tiffany, somebody a little bit more high profile, but now they're going back to a guy from 12 years ago. Now, this time, Hovde, I think he has a mustache. He did not have one, I don't think, 12 years ago. But he's faced accusations of being a carpetbagger and just some out-of-state business guy with non-strong ties to the state. And Baldwin, of course, is the incumbent. So she has that advantage. So I don't personally think Hovde is that strong. And of course, if you look at the polling, Hovde, I think he's led 0 of them. So I don't think he's got anything going on there. Now, that could change. He's not even the nominee yet. But people should know who he is a little bit, but we've got to give him time to get his campaign going. Now, I don't think he's going to win, but I'd say only about 75% chance he doesn't win. But that's as of right now. We'll see what happens in another 2 months. Swinger, hey, I don't think you've said anything in a while, but you're going to sleep. Okay, well, have a great night. Thanks for enjoying the stream. Good to see you, as always. I'm sure we'll see you in the comments. Do I know about the carpetbagger, the YouTuber? No, I do not. Harris does. Does that mean Harris thinks Hovde is a strong candidate? That would be surprising. I would think she wouldn't think that he's that strong. Maybe she's just acting like it. But, it's always possible I've got it wrong. I just tend to think Hovde is not a super strong candidate. But I always say, hey, maybe I've got it all wrong. Maybe Baldwin loses by 10 points. I just completely misjudged this entire election. Eric Hovde is going to absolutely overperform all the polls, etc. Your comment isn't appearing. I don't know why. I mean, in this stream. Sorry to hear that. I've heard that before. I don't know what it is. I don't know why. But anyway, I mean, yeah, the Republicans for the Senate here, their map favorability, in theory, it favors them. But it depends on how you want to look at it. There's a lot of open seats that Democrats, well, there's a lot open seats and seats that Democrats have to defend that they already have an incumbent running for. But that doesn't mean Republicans are going to win them now. If there's a red wave that emerges, then Republicans might actually flip another couple seats here. But for right now, their best bet is, of course, in West Virginia, the Joe Manchin seat. And then I would say in Montana, the John Tester seat. Then we're going to be looking at Sherrod Brown in Ohio. That would be the next to fall. Then after that, you've got Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Way after that, you would have New Jersey or Maryland with Larry Hogan. But it's an uphill climb for the Senate map. Republicans should get 51. A little bit more likely than not to get 51, I'd say. If they just come out with 50, that is going to be embarrassing, I would think. Baldwin thinks Hovde is a good candidate. Hey, like I've said, I've got it wrong. I don't know if she's going to come out and say this guy's a weak candidate, though. My reaction to Hovde, though, all the way back whenever he first kind of got into the conversation, probably toward the beginning of the year, I was thinking, oh my God, Hovde again? This guy? So that's kind of where I'm at. I mean, I thought they would do better. I thought they were going to get Gallagher or somebody. But and plus, again, yeah, if you do look at the polling, if Hovde was strong, I think he would be maybe leading a couple polls, but he's not. He's losing most of them by 5 points or more. Tim Sheehy was a strong candidate. He's a war hero. Yeah, Sheehy seems to be decent. I watched the first debate between him and Tester. He seemed to be. I was wondering how he was going to come off and if Tester was going to look like the strong candidate. Sheehy was going to look, you know, also maybe like a carpetbagger. But no, looks like Sheehy seems to be pretty good so far. Tim Michaels is stronger than Hovde, and he lost. I think Ron Johnson could beat Baldwin if it was the same seat. That would be interesting. Baldwin and Johnson, they both have won 2 times, and Johnson's won 3 times. Tim Michaels, yeah, that one. I did not think Tim Michaels was a strong candidate. He also had run in the past too, like 20 years ago or something. I thought Michaels was not the strongest candidate, but I thought given the environment, he could pull it out narrowly, but he did not. He came up just short, but I'm not surprised. I thought Tony Evers could have won re-election, and he did. Janny Chi, first here. So glad Political Express. I think it's excess. It's supposed to be excess. Popped up. Well, hopefully, that there's a lot of typos there, but hopefully, good to see you here. If you're new, always like to see new people in here. It got a little spicy before. We had some bots. We had some, or at least one, and then we had a little bit of a couple tense moments. Imagine if Republicans somehow lost a seat. Yeah, hey. Well, again, here's what I would say. I would say look at 2018. Blue wave. That's all. The first thing people think of in 18 is the blue wave. But Republicans gained 2 seats in that Senate election. Now, that is the exact opposite of a blue wave. The blue wave was in the House. The Senate, Republicans gained seats. That almost cancels out the blue wave entirely. In the Senate, it was almost a red wave. And compared to the damage the Republicans had in the House, it looks like a red wave in the Senate. So anything's possible. And LeBron's legacy, I'm not sure what's going on with LeBron. Is there anything here affecting his legacy? Do you think Kemp will beat Ossoff in 26? That one comes up once in a while. Kemp and Ossoff, I think it just comes down to the national environment. If it was Trump in the White House, I would probably say no, Ossoff would win. And let's say it's Harris in the White House, then I could see Kemp pulling it out. But it's not overwhelming at all. Okay, political excess. Got it right. Great, good stuff. How'd you find the channel? What brought you here? What do you like? What do you not like? What are you looking for? Feel free to answer some or none of those questions. And I'm not sure how long we're going to go for here. Probably at least another 12 minutes to hit the 4-hour mark. But we're only down to 26. I think everybody kind of called it quits here, given that we have everything in. So we'll probably go for at least 12 more minutes. See if anybody else has anything to say. Um, let's see. Your guess is that this will be the first presidential election PE will be able to vote in. Same as me. Well, I'm not sure how these conclusions are gotten to, but I tend to not be specific on certain personal or biographical details. Tend to leave that kind of wide open. So I'll leave the mystery there, but I always am interested how people come to certain conclusions, whether they're right or wrong. Jim Justice, former Democrat governor who switched parties. Yep. Not sure how that got brought up, but yeah, Justice, he switches to the Republicans in office. That was a big deal. And it looks like he's going to be the next senator from the Mountain State. Oh, okay. But anyway, good stream here. Good to have everybody in here. A ton of people this time. That's a good sign. Although last time I thought it would have been higher and it wasn't. So, few super chats, few new members. Probably, maybe I'll put out a new members post. But again, you're not here for the perks. You're here to support the channel. You'll get some tags for your membership, but hopefully we can get another bunch of members at some point. Maybe we'll get so many members, I'll be easy to expand. So valid. Yes, it was just speculation. Ah, well, hey, when it's real slow in the chat, usually you're gonna get everything responded to. That's how it works because there's no results left. There's nothing to call. The chat has slowed down. So this is where we're at here. And this is also an interesting map here in this 8th district election. Um, let's see. Have you tried reaching out to candidates to interview them on your channel? No, I have not tried to do that. I imagine that wouldn't go anywhere. Number one, because it's just too small. But number two, there's no video on this channel. I think people who are going to interview would probably need to be on camera. I think that would be a strong preference. And yeah, that's a lot of it. I think people who would agree to an interview, they want to know who they're talking to. So that gets into kind of a whole different dynamic when you have to start having different types of information go out. So, uh, but yeah, interviews could be interesting. They could be. But again, that's I think it's a whole different kind of dynamic. It is easy to just sit here and just do the talking. This is a lot easier than making a video because the recording and the editing and all that, it does take time. It's kind of a hassle. Last time you plugged your toilet, that's easy. That was this within the past week. You know, it's just one of those days. What can I tell you? No, it's not a lack of a camera. It's just that's just a whole different dynamic. Keeping it kind of anonymous, incognito, that's kind of the preference. So that's the kind of thing that would change it. But I get it. Adding video probably is a boost for a lot of channels. But that's not really what I'm trying to do. But you never know what could happen in a year or two or three. What happened during the time you were gone? Well, we had results come in, and we got a lot of people in the chat. It was over 100 something. And there was a lot of discussion about mods. Had to, if we should appoint a moderator or two, because a lot of comments, and some of it got a little bit out of hand, but it was hard for me to keep up with it, given there was so many. So that's pretty much what happened. Um, Laptop camera recorder. Yeah, again, I know this is pretty much an audio only thing, so I have to keep it to just audio. And again, who knows what's going to happen way down the road, but it's not something that's on the radar. Let's see. Comments about, you know, wives, girlfriends. That's the kind of thing that I again try to leave separate from the videos and the commentary about the election. So some of that stuff I'm gonna decline to discuss. You predict will grow and hit record number of viewers on November 5th. The political YouTube slows and grows again for 26. Yeah, hopefully. But it's tough to make videos every single day. I mean, sometimes you can make a couple and take a day off, but it's hard to keep up with this and do other things outside of the channel. It's a big challenge. I've put up over 1,000 videos, ton of variety of content. I've taken a lot of requests. I respond to a lot of comments, and over 1,000 videos again every day for more than 2 years. So it would be nice to keep expanding, but you never know. It'd be nice to do more streams and less videos. I'd rather sit here and do a 2 hour stream than, or even 3 or 4 hours, than to make an 8 minute video. A lot of times that just takes so much time, which is pretty much what happens on most days. A 5 to 10 minute video comes out, but cover different things, cover current events or news. I mean, a lot of channels already do that, I'm sure, but it's just easier and have real time interaction, get more super chats, that kind of thing. That would be preferable than making a video every single day. Because there are some times I'd like to take some time off for some other things. I do strategically plan out what I'm going to do here with videos. Behind the scenes, there's a lot going on, but I try to make it look all smooth. And I'm glad we've got results here. We've only got 83% in here. Oh, now it went up to 95. It just changed to 95. So that's good. Too much Taco Bell. Hey, I can say that I'm not opposed to Taco Bell. If you keep it up, you're positive the channel will blow up. Well, I've kept it up for a couple of years, and then, like I said, I've seen other channels. I'm sure you guys have seen other channels where they only have maybe 30 or 40 videos, and they've got 5, 10,000 subscribers. So there's different reasons as to why that might be, but some channels have done way, way less, and they have way more subscribers. And I've had people for the last 2.5 years say, hey, this channel is going to take off. They'll be here when I hit whatever thousand. But the progress has been kind of slow. It was very slow the first 6 months. But the last 2 years, it's picked up. The last year, it's picked up even more. But it's still not a whole lot in the grand scheme of things. Got to get more members so I can put out more perks, so I can do more streams, expand to different mediums. It's a whole bunch of things we could do. Pregnancy rumors true, expecting a kid soon. Oh, I don't know about that, if modding. After those questions, but I am with you on the Taco Bell thing. But I mean, is that who's not in on that though? Can we ban this guy? Ooh, now we're jumping to the bans. That's getting spicier again here, late night. Yeah, that's not. I mean, the stuff before about the banning was much more over the top. This is just late night and off topic, but yeah, there's a point where, it can go on so long, it can become a little annoying. But if you get that many people and donations of this stream, imagine how big election stream will be. Yeah, that's the thing, the election stream would be big, but then it's just going to be a spike and then a huge decline. Then maybe the next week there's, analysis from it. But it's very, very difficult to do a stream for hours and then also make a video. It just takes up so much time to do the stream, do a video, and then do anything else in life, which there's other things that have to be done. So that's why it would be more interesting to just do streams. But you can only do the streams if you're really going to get enough to sustain it. So it's all about the demand. Uh, okay, it's understandable. You think some election YouTubers have co-hosts, but I imagine you prefer solo commentary. Your daily uploads definitely keep you up in the algorithm. Yeah, a co-host thing, that's something, I mean, thought about very um, sporadically. I think that's just so far down the road where, if the channel had a ton of subscribers, I mean, easily over 10,000, and there's enough there's some revenue coming in, and you could kind of go more into this maybe expand to the point where, hey, you've got other people involved. That's a possibility, but there would have to be enough there. And of course, there's not as of this point. But it could be something hypothetically. Once it blew up a ton, you do like kind of a weekly or a monthly show or something a little bit more regular. The dream presidential ticket. I don't know. I don't know if I even really have one. I think if there's candidates that fall into the description I have in my video of why both parties suck, if there's a candidate that is more open to some of the populist economics, and there's a candidate that rejects the cultural and identity stuff associated with the left, and it's just purely more culturally and economically populist in that direction. If there's some candidate out there like that that just hates the identity stuff and that hates the the motto of only cutting taxes, that'd probably be a candidate I would say would be interesting, but those are few and far between. I don't, if any. Yeah, the algorithm. Yeah, sometimes a video catches on and it just really spikes out of nowhere, and most of the time they don't catch on. Okay, beautiful voice. I appreciate that. Got that a few times. Always love the voice comments. Format is perfect. Now, just search YouTube and there you were. Can't wait for a recap tonight if possible on the majors and the Rust Belt. Any surprises? Cowgirl Capital in Texas. I don't really understand the last part about the Texas thing, but and the Rust Belt. We've got Wisconsin and the Rust Belt. Minnesota is adjacent, and other than that, we're looking at Connecticut and Vermont. I'm sure I'll try to do a recap of this, but as for anything else happening outside of these elections, that would be in a different video. Kevin Aguilar. I hope I pronounced that right, by the way. I know, you never know how somebody pronounces it, but I know seen you a lot in the comments. Focus on your life first. I would agree. Everybody should do that. And nice to see you here, by the way. Post random videos of your cats in the. Yeah, I think that would conflict with the branding because it's all politics. You throw in something that's totally unrelated. A cats might be great. That you could start a whole new channel and just do cats, but and it might take off way, way more than this. Pet videos are kind of low hanging fruit. You can just watch a turtle eat a piece of watermelon, and that might bring in 100,000 views. But I don't know how much depth is there in that kind of thing. And also, everybody's already doing that. Uh, if you want to co-host, hit me up. Well, we'll put that in the to-do list for way into the future. But it's nice that people do enjoy the channel. That's great. Obviously, there's something about the channel you like, or you wouldn't be here. Probably a lot of things. So that's good to hear. And as I mentioned plenty of times in the past, I did a stream for the midterms 2 years ago in 22, and there was like nobody in that live stream. I sat here for more than 5 hours. I might have been more than six, and there was very few people here because there wasn't that many people who knew about the channel. So this year will be 2 years later. Should be a lot more people. Um, Expecting to make a video on January 6th, version 2. I don't really know what that would mean, a version 2 and a video on it. Well, I think the answer would be no, I'm not expecting to do that. But unless you mean like a live stream for that certification. The only politician I can think that fits your view is Josh Hawley. Maybe Josh Hawley. Yeah, I mean, I think people. It, I know it's tough because you go to the which Democrats would reject any of the cultural or identity issues associated with their party. There's not really any. And they go to which Republicans would reject some of the economic issues associated with their party. Yeah, you could maybe say Hawley. Maybe Vance has some more populist economics than your standard cut taxes Republican. That's why I think Bernie was potent back in 16. He was heavy on the economics and he wasn't really caught so heavily up in what we would probably associate now with the Democrats is that kind of social justice and identity politics stuff. But now that's become such a big thing, it's hard for any of them to really say they reject that and just purely focus on economics. But, that's just what I think. Amy Klobuchar fan since event in adopted town of Texas. That I can't say that makes sense to me. Did the squad lose another member? No, they did not. Omar wins rather comfortably by double digits. Me and my brother made a video where they throw a brick on a cocoa melon toy and got 1,900 views. Yeah, sometimes it's just simple things, especially if it's funny or cutesy. That stuff rakes it in. It's much harder to do this type of thing, but I would suspect the depth and the loyalty is going to be a little stronger on this kind of topic. And again, I think people like the big timers like Red Eagle or Let's Talk Elections, even though they are probably highly partisan, it doesn't matter, right? If they're pulling in the views, what do they care? Just like Fox News or MSNBC or HuffPost, whatever. If you go all in on an angle, that's fine. If you're trying to just get revenue from that or expand purely from that type of angle. Just got an ad for Bethany Hall Long. Okay, the candidate for governor of Delaware. Sounds like they're targeting you locally there. But we've hit 4 hours now. We're at 4:05 about. So I think we're probably going to be winding it down here pretty soon. I think I've answered enough questions. I've got to keep it moving and get on to some other things at some point. What news channel isn't biased? Well, I mean, it's to the degree of bias and the level of awareness or self-identification. I mean, ABC, CBS, NBC, those are, they purport to be mainstream. Now, I do think a lot of people have issues with what they will cover more or less of, and that indicates generally some sort of a bias. But it's the overtness of MSNBC or Fox News. Yeah, and it's just trying to keep it low, I suppose. And then if you have to define bias at some point, there's a lot of, if you really look into it, it can be a little bit convoluted, but the overt ones are pretty cut and dry, I think. And again, the upcoming schedule is as follows. We've got next week is Alaska, Florida, and Wyoming. I'm not guaranteeing there's going to be a stream that day. I do have some stuff going on. I don't know if I can do it, but I will say that kind of wraps it up because then we've got the DNC coming up next week, but then Massachusetts is on the 3rd, and then the 10th is Delaware, New Hampshire, Rhode Island. I would say I'm almost certain to not do a stream on Massachusetts, and I would say I'm very unlikely to do a stream. And then that's kind of it for primaries. Then we've got potential debates, and then the general election is on November 5th. It's going to be crazy, but that's the upcoming schedule. So the quick recap here is, again, Connecticut here has Matthew Corey as their Republican nominee to face Chris Murphy in the general election. In the U.S. House, almost every one of these is uncontested. And all of these are controlled by Democrats, Republicans. Best bet for a flip here is going to be in the 5th district. This is a rematch between Johanna Hayes and George Logan. She won by under 1% 2 years ago. So that's one to watch. The rest are pretty much going to be blue districts. And then in Vermont, we've got Esther Charleston. She's the nominee to go up against Phil Scott for governor. Scott going for his 5th term. Lieutenant Governor David Zuckerman, the progressive, he faced a little bit of a challenge here. He won with 60%. And John Rogers is the lieutenant governor nominee for the Republicans. We've got the rest of the races here. This is pretty much the recap video. I got to save this for the actual recap. But in Minnesota, Royce White is the nominee for the Republicans over Joe Frazier, potential upset. And then in the 5th district, Ilhan Omar wins by more than 10 points over Don Samuels. The 8th district here in Wisconsin, that's Tony Weed, the Trump-endorsed candidate, pulling out the nomination. And then 2 amendments here for Wisconsin have failed convincingly. So let's see the remaining comments as we kind of draw this to a close. Red Eagle's getting 70,000 views, but you're 10 times better. I bet he doesn't care whatsoever. He's probably never even heard of this channel. And even if he's heard of it, he doesn't care. He knows he's one of the top guys. He doesn't want to acknowledge a smaller channel. But hopefully he wouldn't have anything negative to say. I wouldn't really have anything negative to say to him. He's had a lot of success. You got to congratulate somebody like that, unless he did it unfairly. But, you know, again, we're all independent media here, in a sense. But, and also, he doesn't care who else his competition is. He's getting 70,000 views. That's tremendous. So people like that kind of brand. So I will say, I don't think he cares how much better I might be. And I'm sure a lot of people would say that he's way better. But also, yeah, I mean, we're all doing the same thing, aren't we? I'm sure I'd agree with him on some stuff. There's no question about that. Did Hawley and Cruz present decertification on the Senate floor before Jan 6/21? I have to, that's a kind of a technical thing. I wouldn't want to be wrong on it, so I don't know. I don't want to speak about that. Red Eagle advertises himself as right, and his goal is more so strategy for his side, so it's clear that he is biased, but that's his goal. LTE seems to say he's unbiased, but clearly on the left. Okay, yeah. So he says he's like unbiased? I mean, I guess that's what people do. I mean, this is the only true unbiased channel you've seen. Maybe even election prediction official. Understand politics is clearly partisan. Uh, yeah, again, and it all depends on when it just comes to covering elections. It's easy to be 95% unbiased. I try to present what each side is thinking, but again, once there's certain issues, then certain biases could come out. But it depends how far are those biases, which direction do they cancel each other out? That's up for debate. I mean, I've made some of my views clear, but even when I do, I still like to hear what other people think, as long as people are generally open to some other views. I mean, sometimes I don't have a strong opinion, but for the most part, it's easy to cover elections with little bias, shall we say. And I did update the channel description a few weeks ago to mostly unbiased. So many people were saying that it's unbiased that I should put that in there. But it is interesting. Sometimes people hear one comment and they think, oh, I heard this one thing out of like 100 other things, and they think it's so crazy bias. I never understood that kind of thing. Am I going to do one for Delaware and New Hampshire? I'm leaning toward I'm not going to be able to do those days or that day. If it happens, it happens. But I'm saying I can't. I didn't even know I was going to do today until pretty much today. Next week, I can't even say if I'm going to do. I'm 50-50 on it. But the September 10th, I think that's what it is. I'm leaning toward no. That's probably about only a 20% chance that happens. But that's a few weeks away. We'll see what happens. Uh, those two channels are coping chambers. Yeah, I like people that have generally some opposing views. I mean, that's kind of what I think maybe the appeal is with Kennedy, where he's generally a Democrat, but he had like a couple of views that didn't line up with um, the safe views of the establishment, and then all of a sudden, like that was unacceptable. Now that I just don't understand that. I've seen that a lot with somebody like Joe Rogan. I always hear he's categorized as being far right or whatever, and I mean I'm not a big Rogan watcher, but I know he's constantly expressed support for drug legalization, for Medicare for all, expanding healthcare. He's into all that stuff. I think he's into progressive taxes, but for some reason, just because he also has some things that go against traditional democratic positions, usually I would say probably on identity type of issues, he gets cast as some kind of extreme Republican, or at least I've seen that. I don't, maybe that's not the case anymore, but that always found to be mysterious, where you have to have every view line up, or else you get labeled as this other. That's unappealing to me. I mean, you can't just hear what somebody has, what their views are on one or two issues. You got to hear where they stand on six, seven different kinds of issues to kind of get a sense of them. Now, people jump to conclusions all the time. I get it. You hear one thing, it's natural to want to assume that some other views are in that direction. And a lot of times it's going to be right. But I would just tell people to not be convinced that that's what it is. Hear what people have to say on, a range of topics. You feel like my final prediction for this election will be one of the most accurate when I look for accuracy. Looking for margins rather than calls. Either way, you do a great job. Look, I appreciate that, but I'm kind of going into this final prediction, which of course won't be until early November. I'm going into this thinking I've got it wrong no matter what. I'm going in thinking I could be way off. Harris could just totally win all the states, or no, Trump sweeps everything. He's got the vote out there that nobody captured. I can't feel confident at all. But I try to look at the polling a little bit. I'm not going to only, you can't just only go by the polls. I do a video based on the polls, but in the prediction video, it's going to be some of the polls. It's going to be the candidates. It's going to be the trends. It's going to be the campaigns. It's going to be the national environment. And in my hypothetical video between Harris and Trump, Trump was winning it. I had him narrowly taking the Rust Belt states. And I tended to think that Harris, prior to her entering the race, that she was weaker in the Rust Belt than Biden. Now that maybe that's different after Biden completely hit bottom after the debate, but I tend to think that Harris would have less appeal with those blue collar workers that Trump was igniting. Now maybe Harris ignites other voters, women in the suburbs. That's true. That could be, but I don't think it would be so dramatic, because I think she generally is going to be weaker in some of those redder counties that Trump was doing very well in. I mean, I've covered that a lot of times. I know it sounds like I'm being harsh on Harris, but that just tends to be what I think. I tend to think every candidate has a lot of vulnerabilities. Or I shouldn't say every candidate, I should say a lot of them. It all depends on how it gets framed, either in the media, how they present themselves in interviews, what type of campaigning they do. But I always thought there's significant liabilities and vulnerabilities and baggage with Trump. Everybody's known that from day one. If you want a candidate with baggage, you go to Trump. But I also thought if you want another candidate that has enough liabilities, you go to Harris. She ran in 2020, didn't do anything. She's been unpopular during this entire administration. Voters don't like the direction we're going in. Her favorables were very low. The authenticity, I think, is an issue. I think there's rational evidence as to why she's not a strong candidate. But anyway, that's just what I think. You've moved on to the midterms 26. Oof, yeah, that one, we'll be talking about that probably after this election. Whoever wins, immediately I'm going to jump to the other side having an advantage. Tom Fiore. You just got here? I think you just got here, unless you were lurking. Don't get me upset. Political access. I'm here with you. Good news and bad news. Okay. Well, what's the good news? What's the bad news? Let's see. Joe Rogan also defended gay marriage when Matt Walsh was saying it should have been overturned. Yeah, Rogan, he's going to defend that. That's his position. That's not even unpopular. And I mean, that's what I would think his position is. Yeah, he's not conservative on those types of issues. I think that's probably why Rogan has a lot of popularity. He kind of cuts through a lot of different standard political tropes. You're firmly on the left, Bernie or Buster. However, I also acknowledge some good points from other sides. Also a gun guy, and Trump's proposal of eliminating taxes on tips is brilliant. Okay, sounds good. Senior Scoops. Wow, we got people showing up here late. We're about to shut this thing down. We got people showing up. Were you on other streams, or were you just doing other things? Because I get it, we're all busy. We're all living our lives. You hit the like button. Sounds good. Did the Rust Belt vote for a more centrist blue dog Democrat or for Congress or governor? Yeah, probably for governor. And that's the thing. For president, it seemed like a lot of these states were just blue. Under Obama, they were blue. And Trump came in and it seemed like Hillary Even though she had problems, she was very well experienced. Her name ID was sky high. The media was behind her. There was so much in her favor. The polling was massively in her favor. Everything was about Trump and something stupid he said. It seemed like there was no chance she could win it, or that he could win. And he ended up winning it. It's just a total stunner. And then I think in 18 and then in 20, a lot of Republicans thought the same thing is going to happen. The polling is going to underestimate Trump. He's going to win by an even bigger margin. Well, 18, he wasn't really on the ballot, so there's some rationalization there. And then in 20, COVID happened. That kind of scrambled maps with mail-in ballots and vaccines and shutting down the economy. There's a lot of issues there. But now in 24, we've got a lot of inflation. There's immigration. Abortion is also something on the ballot. There's other issues out there too. Trump is even older now. Now he's the old guy in the race. But I think Democrats could have some success, yeah, and for governor. Look at Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania. You got Tony Evers, you got Gretchen Whitmer. Republicans won all those in 2010, and then Democrats. That shows you how the pendulum swings. Democrats come back and win all of them. I'm sure Republicans will win them all in the future as well. Um, Good news is Wisconsin looks good for Republicans. I heard somebody said the opposite. I think they said Rust Belt looks bad. I think because of the ballot measures, that might be what they're looking at. Hovde has a good chance of beating Baldwin after the primary. Well, I'm on the Hovde is not a strong candidate train, whatever you want to call it, but I'm open to being wrong. I'm not saying he has no chance. I'm just saying I think Baldwin is the favorite. But hey, let's see what happens. Let's see a debate. Let's see some late October polling. We'll see if Baldwin is still polling mid-single digits with a lead, or if Hovde maybe is leading in a couple by then. Then we'll see what happens with that turnout in the general. Rogan can always vent at his comedy club in downtown Austin. Okay, he has a club there? I think he vents plenty probably on his show or his podcast. Bad news is I'm taking Minnesota off the table for Trump. Klobuchar has too tough against Royce White. Trump can't make up the difference. I would agree with you that Klobuchar is heavily favored, and for president, for me, it was never really on the table. It started to get almost on the table when Biden was at his lowest point. I started to say, okay, it's getting more on the table, but I still wasn't there. Now, of course, I would say it's probably not at all on the table. But at the same time, in 2016, when Trump lost it by 1.5, I didn't think Minnesota was on the table at all. So you never know what's going to happen. Rust Belt was competitive in 2000 and 2004. Yeah, there were some close calls there. Especially, yeah, Wisconsin was close. But Michigan and, well, all of them really, but yeah, under Obama really went pretty blue. Your time is valuable. Hey, I think we can all relate to that. So nice to see you giving some of your time in here. Hopefully you enjoyed whatever part of the stream you saw. The other streams are too biased. Long day. I look forward to your video tomorrow going over the keynotes of tonight's results. Hey, sounds good. I like people that enjoy those results because I don't think those videos get a lot of views. The recap videos, they usually don't bring in as many. So good to see somebody enjoying those videos. And hey, we've got Senior Scoops coming in with a $2 for another 4-hour plus stream. This is 4.5, and I appreciate it. Thanks for the little bit of a tip there. 4.5 hours. Good to see another super chat in at the end for a little bit of support for the channel. Good stuff. I'm in the minority of election channels on Hovde. Well, hey, I guess it's a bold call then. I mean, I'm gonna as we get a little closer, I'm sure I'll try to look a little bit more at what Hovde's doing. I'll take a look at some of his ads and I'll see what's going on. But even if I didn't look at anything, the polling is not showing Hovde doing much. Yeah, it's under 10, but I haven't seen him lead in. I think zero. I don't even think it was tied in any. But hey, what can I say? I've also thought Bob Casey is clearly favored over McCormick in Pennsylvania, even though I have seen a lot of people rate that as lean D. I've kept it at likely D. I think I've kept it at that the entire time. Maybe did I take it down to leans in one video? I'm not sure, but I know in my last one I had it at likely at least. It's hard for me to imagine Casey going down, especially after Casey is a household name there and Fetterman taking down Oz. He won by a decent margin compared to how close it looked. It looked like Oz might have won based on the polling, but we'll see what happens with Hovde. Again, maybe I've got it all wrong. I'm not saying he's like a total zero, but I'm saying Baldwin is the favorite. I don't think that's really that controversial. I don't know how many people are saying Hovde is going to flip it. Even if they like Hovde, are they really saying he's going to flip that seat? Or are people saying they like him, but Baldwin is probably going to win? On the Rust Belt, you think Michigan is the only Senate seat that may flip? Look at John James' performance in 20. Despite the national environment, Mike Rogers versus Slatkin has no incumbent advantage. I know that's what the Republicans have going there is the open seat, but Slatkin seems like the kind of candidate who would win. It just the personality. She's much younger. It just has that suburban appeal. Mike Rogers seems like, again, the Republicans didn't get a great candidate. It seems like they pulled out, a former congressman, and that's what they got. So again, anything's possible. We've seen a lot of upsets and some craziness over the past 5 to 10 years, we'll say. You're on to the next channel. Don't worry, you like to stream. All right. Well, thanks for checking in. Good stuff. And okay, Kevin, you're taking off too. Sounds good. We'll be winding it down also in a few minutes here. So good to see you guys. And what are we at? We're at 22. Well, we've done 4.5 hours. I think it's going to be kind of it here. I've covered the results the entire time. I've covered as many questions as I could. Let's see. I'm not sure what the personality thing is about. Let's see. Rogers has a bit of yesterday's Manfield. It just it. I thought Republicans might have got just I don't know more. I guess a pick that seemed more inevitable. Somebody that was just going to take it from the beginning and run with it. And it just seems like that didn't happen. Same in Wisconsin. Michigan, they had McCormick pretty much seemed like the guy the whole time. But it seemed like Slotkin seems much more relatable if you do want to talk about personality than someone like Tammy Baldwin. Tammy Baldwin, I don't think she's totally unrelatable. But I think Slotkin, it seems like she's just inoffensive. It's hard for people to be mad at her. That might seem like a cheesy attribute, but it's also kind of a blue state. That's going to help her. She's got the experience in the House, and some people just, it feels like they're going to connect more with voters. Like, I think, again, I'm not following Slotkin a ton here, but it seems like Slotkin's relatability would be higher than Harris's. Pennsylvania Dems are one of the best state parties in the country. Also, many channels, both left and right, think Huffy will make the election close, but he will still lose. Well, I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying. I've had it at leans D, so we're not too far off on that. I think it's closer to going likely than it is to tilt. But again, that's still, we've got to wait till the end before we see what really is going to develop with this national environment. Do you think if Peter Meyer won the primary, he would win? If it was against Slacken, probably not. He might lose a lot of the Trump base, but he could gain some more of the suburban vote. I don't think there's a lot of voters that would vote for Meyer and not Slotkin. But that would also support Slotkin over Rogers, if I got that right. But anyway, I do think I would say Meyer would not. It's hard to think what Republican would actually win that seat. Do think the Dems have just an advantage. They tried running John James twice, and he had some pretty good performance, especially the one time. But it just didn't pan out. And now the Republican bench has thinned out in that state. What is your goal for the political sphere? Do you base this on trying to make the environment more moderate, or is there something else? Uh, that don't totally understand that question. My goal for the political sphere, as far as YouTube, is cover the results, and whatever commentary or style or brand I have is for people to relate to it or enjoy it enough to want to retain that audience and expand the channel. It's kind of that simple. Am I trying to make it more moderate? No, I'm trying to. Well, I guess in a sense, if you're not going to an extreme, but I think it's mostly just focusing on objective data and not putting spin on everything and always having to, some people, you can just tell by their tone and inflection when they say anybody's name. You can tell they hate this candidate or they like this candidate, and you get so tired of that over and over. I just want to hear the results. So that's kind of what I try to do. And if certain issues are worth me talking about, then I'll comment on them. It's happened here and there. And if people like the brand, great. Once thought relatability mattered to voters, and then Ted Cruz won and likely to win again. Ted Cruz is a guy I have thought has likability issues. That's for sure. He does come off as somebody who, it kind of comes off as kind of a, sort of has that used car salesman kind of vibe. He does seem inauthentic, like he's trying too hard to blend into the herd, but it just stands out. Does seem similar to Hillary Clinton type of stuff. So I get it with Cruz. I think a lot of people get it. And he had a close one in 18. All right, me, you're going to bed. All right, yeah, this is going to happen here too pretty soon. So have a good night. Again, thanks for sticking around here this entire time. And the memberships. What happened to the last Republican governor of Michigan? Rick Snyder? He served 2 terms, and he was succeeded by Gretchen Whitmer. Rick Snyder, yeah, the businessman, he, I think, was not Trump friendly enough, I think is what I hear. So, but yeah, he served 2 terms. He easily won in 10, and he won a little bit more narrow in 14. And I don't know what he's been up to since. That I couldn't tell you about. But anyway, I think we're pretty much kind of going to be done here. Tim Walz seems like the Democrat version of Pence. I can understand. I think I know where you're going as far as the base type of appeal, but Pence is a little bit more bland, I would say. But I think I know what you're going for. Maybe I don't. Maybe I've got it wrong. But anyway, I think we're gonna pretty much wind it down here. Again, we've done 4.5 hours, 440 something. So got to move it on. We've covered all the results, done everything. Everything came in tonight. That's great. We had a lot of great comments. We had a lot of new people show up. Snyder should run for Senate 26. I think his popularity kind of cratered out. I think there was the Flint water crisis issue. So there's that. So keep that in mind. Texas, don't know Colin Allred, an attorney, but different than Cruz. He reminds me of Walz. He knows football too. Okay, I think I covered the results. I covered the comments. I answered as many as I could. It was a tough one here. Good stuff. Hope everybody remembers to like, share, and subscribe. That's key. Join if you'd like to support the channel, all that good stuff. So hopefully everybody enjoyed the stream. Everybody has a great night. And we're going to wind it down here. This concludes the August 13th stream. Again, thanks to everybody for showing up. And have a great night.